It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour. It is back in your life on this Monday, March 13th, 2017. Hello again, everyone. I'm Ariel Helwani back inside our New York City studio. Great to be here with all of you on this frigid Monday afternoon in New York City. Everyone's going nuts because apparently there's another snowstorm coming tomorrow. Thankfully, the MMA gods were looking out for us and they delayed it a day. So, you could snow all over this city tomorrow. Just don't do it on a Monday. And they have obliged. So that's very good news, not only for me, but for all of you as well. Hope you had a great weekend. A lot going on in the world of mixed martial arts. This past weekend, this past week, no shortage of topics to discuss today. And there were a ton of events this past weekend. We had LFA, Legacy Fighting Alliance. We had ONE. We had ACB doing great things. And then, of course, the UFC on Saturday night in Fortaleza. By now, you probably know that Kelvin Gastelum defeated Vitor Belfort in the first round. And Vitor essentially said this is his second to last fight. This was after the loss. Went on the mic and said, I have one fight left on my contract, and I want to play it out come June 3rd in Rio de Janeiro. That's the UFC pay-per-view headlined by Max Holloway and Jose Aldo. Is that a little too soon? Does that make sense? He's also talking about a Legends division, wanting to start that up with some crazy rules. So we'll talk about his loss, his future, but more importantly, Kelvin Gastelum, who I thought looked fantastic once again at 185. Now his second in a row at 185. Looked great in his return just a few months ago in Toronto and looks quicker, is on point. His striking is really coming along. Massive props to Rafael Cordeiro. And he continues to talk about 170. I don't understand why. He's eating. He's healthy. Kelvin Gastelum is the model citizen that they should push forth in terms of trying to deter fighters from cutting drastic amounts of weight. He is the perfect example as to why you should not kill your body on the way to the fight, on the way to the scale. Look at him. He's comfortable, he's happy, he's healthy, and he's doing very well, and he's beating pretty solid competition. Yes, these are older fighters, but he's outworking a game Tim Kennedy. He's finishing Vitor Belfort, totally outclassing Vitor Belfort. Why do you want to go down to 170? I don't get it. At least for now, thankfully, his handlers are stopping him from doing so. So that was an impressive win. Shogun Rua defeated John Vellante, and quietly, Shogun Rua has his third win in a row, tied for the longest, in like a decade or something like that. Best for him in the UFC. Shogun Rua, very, very slowly but surely, is now on a winning streak. Who would have thought after OSP knocked him out in a matter of seconds? Remember that? The whole gif with the skateboard. We thought he was done at that point. I thought he was done after the Dan Henderson fight, the rematch. And now all of a sudden he's won 3 in a row. It's nice to see, good for him, all that stuff and more. But I don't want to see him fight the upper echelon of 205. Not at all. Keep him away from the upper echelon. And I know that is a very, very exclusive club. There aren't that many upper tier light heavyweights right now. That being said, let's not book him against any of those. I saw some people calling for maybe winner of Glover versus Gustafsson. I don't want anything to do with that. Give him fights like this. That was in the co-main event. We'll talk more about the card in a second. Let me run down today's lineup, and then we'll have some thoughts on the weekend that was, and then get into our first guest of the day. Okay, stack show as always. New York Rick is not here. This is amazing because New York Rick is not here. So I said to myself, okay, I won't have someone ho-humming in the back, wanting more airtime, demanding more airtime in that sort of passive aggressive way that he likes to, he's like, oh, I'm all about the show. I don't want more airtime. But I know in his mind, the more guests I have, he recognizes, okay, there's going to be less airtime for me. Well, this time around, he's on his honeymoon in England, and I don't know if any of you follow him on social media, but all he's tweeting about are the telephones over there. I mean, could you not be more of a tourist, New York Rick? It's all about telephones. Is there anything else that you're seeing of interest over there in England? Apparently not. It's just a bunch of telephones. Can we get one more picture of a telephone? Maybe, if we're lucky. So he's out this week, and we've got Adam in the back. And the great thing about New York Rick being gone this week is that he goes on a honeymoon like once every 8 months or so. And we miss him. I'm not going to lie, we miss him. But then when he's gone, we're reminded of the fact that he takes 4 hours to actually, do his prep work when it takes Adam, and I'm assuming any other, relatively smart individual, 30 minutes. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, maybe an hour tops. But wow, when he comes back, we got to kick it into gear, Mr. New York Rick. I don't mean to pile it on. I definitely miss seeing him around. I miss his insight, but it is eye-opening, to say the least. I hope he's having fun. Speaking of the UK, thank you very much to Robert Whiteford for this amazing stuffed friend. My son Oliver likes to call these things stuffed friends, not stuffed animals like I used to. So, and I think that that's apropos since they're not always animals. Robert Whiteford, who was victorious this past weekend at ACB, he submitted Nam Phan in a matter of seconds, and then afterwards Nam Phan went online and kind of retired, but not really, which was a theme this weekend because Josh Berkman did the same. Anyway, big win for Robert Whiteford, our friend from Scotland, who sent me a haggis stuffed friend. You see it right there, wearing the traditional Scottish cap. How about that? That might be the greatest addition to this set. A stuffed friend haggis. Look at that. How cute is that? I love it. If you're listening to this on iTunes, it's a haggis. It's wearing one of those Scottish caps, the one with the plaid and all that, the red and the black. Eyes, smiley face. It's just so darn cute. I want to take it home and give it to my kids, but I like it on the set. So thank you very much to Mr. Robert Whiteford. Like I said, we're stacked this week. No time to waste because we've got a lot of guests to talk to. We got 9 in total. At 125, we're going to be joined by Demetrious Mighty Mouse Johnson. He is fighting Wilson Hayes April 15th, UFC on Fox in Kansas City. He's looking to tie Anderson Silva's record, 10 in a row, as far as title defenses are concerned, for Demetrious Johnson. So he ties Anderson's record with a win on April 15th, live and free on Fox. That's the main event. As you may have heard last week, they also added Jacare versus Robert Whittaker to that card, along with Michelle Watterson and Rose Namajunas. Very good card. Very solid Fox card. 145, we're going to be joined by Yoel Romero. I've been wanting to talk to Yoel Romero ever since the news came out around 2 weeks ago that GSP was going to cut the line and fight Michael Bisping. What does he think about it all? What does it mean when the UFC says that they're going to, quote unquote, take care of him? What's he planning on doing? Is he going to sit out? If GSP fights Bisping in September, as he told us he's planning on doing on this show last week, what is Romero going to do? That means he might be out for, well over a year. Because remember, he last fought in November at the MSG show. So what does Yoel Romero think about all of this? And of course, we hope that he'll be joined by my favorite translator in the business, Ray, who, those two guys, they're like peanut butter and jelly at this point. You can't do a Yoel Romero interview without Ray. He's unbelievable. The facial expressions, the demeanor, the delivery, the accent, it all just works. It's perfect. The look. So that's at 145. At 205, we're going to talk to Joanna Jędrejczyk, the UFC strawweight champion. She returns to action on May 13th, UFC 211 against Jessica Andrade. This is a fascinating fight on a fascinating card. Last week, UFC 211 just continued to get more and more interesting. Yes, it lost the Ben Rothwell versus Fabricio Verdum fight. Ben Rothwell, provisionally suspended by USADA, says that it was for a medical reason, and we hope that everyone is not, accusing him of being guilty before he is, before he has his day in court, so to speak, before he actually goes out there and defends himself. And this once again brings up the issue of announcing these things before the fighters are able to actually provide the proper paperwork and defend themselves, etc. But that's a different discussion for a different day. That fight is off. Verdum is off the card, but that card is just absolutely amazing. I don't know what the fans in Dallas did to deserve such a great card, but good for them. It's got 2 title fights. It's got the Stipe Miocic versus Junior Dos Santos rematch. It's got Joanna Jędrejczyk versus Jessica Andrade, which is just a great strawweight fight. Andrade, without a doubt, the number 1 contender at 115. It's got Damian Maia versus Masvidal. It's got Eddie Alvarez versus Dustin Poirier. That was announced last week. It's got Henry Cejudo versus Sergio Pettis. It's got Frankie Edgar versus Yair Rodriguez, also announced last week. James Vick versus Marco Polo Reyes. Vic wanted to fight on that card. He told us on this show. Chaz Skelly versus Jason Knight. I reported last week that David Branch will be returning to the UFC on that card against Krzysztof Jotko. I mean, that is a great card. That is a fantastic card. And the only kind of head-scratching thing about the whole card is it makes it even more confusing as to why Maia and Masvidal is even being booked. I could understand if you needed that fight for a main event. I could understand if you needed it, for a prime spot. But this is going to be like the third or fourth fight on the card. I'm assuming it's going to be on the pay-per-view, but why did you need it so badly? Why did you need to hold up the division when you had a guy who won in August? It actually makes it more of a head-scratcher to me. This card doesn't necessarily need... No one's going to buy this pay-per-view because of Maia Masvidal. It is a fantastic card. It is a fantastic fight. This is just making the rich richer. It's like a third cherry on top. You didn't really need it. I get it if you needed it for Nashville, which was the original report. You can make the case that needs a main event. This one doesn't need a fourth great fight. It's got a ton of fourth great fights. Anyway, so we'll talk to Joanna on Jędrzeczyk as I go on that tangent at 2:05. At 2:25, we're going to talk to Brad Pickett. Brad Pickett is in action this weekend in London, and I know this is a much maligned card, but I will say, look at the actual card. Other than the main event, it's actually really good. I know fans were disappointed. I know that they, waited till you bought all the tickets and then announced a main event, which was already on the card. They just bumped it up to the main event. But this is a really, really fun card. I would say that top to bottom, it's better than the Bisping Silva card. Top to bottom. Main event doesn't compare, of course. But top to bottom, it's actually really good. So Brad Pickett is fighting in his retirement fight. Again, it was supposed to be against Henry Briones Bure, nicknamed after the great Pavel Bure. But for the third time, that fight has been canceled. And now he's fighting Marlon Vera on a little over a week's notice. Brad Pickett, hanging up the gloves on Saturday. He was part of that retirement fight for Uriah Faber this past December. Now he gets a chance to say goodbye on his own terms in front of his hometown crowd. I love it. So he'll be joining us at 2:25. Also on that card, Makwan Amirkhani is fighting Arnold Allen in a fantastic fight. We have not heard from Makwan in quite some time. Hasn't fought in a little over a year. Where's he been? I know he was at SBG for a little bit, but I always like talking to Mr. Finland, and he'll be joining us at 2:45. Of course, the other big fight on that card is Gunnar Nelson versus Alan Jouban. The main event is Jimmy Manuwa versus Corey Anderson. I also love the Joe Duffy fight against Reza Madadi. This is the last fight on Joe Duffy's current UFC contract. If he wins this fight, you'd think he's going to cash in. The Bellator organization is doing a lot of events these days in Ireland, Northern Ireland. You'd think they'd be interested in him as well if he finishes up the contract on a win. So that's a intriguing one, and it's happening on Fight Pass this Saturday. Mark Diakese. It's a really, really good card. I really like it a lot. I mean, of course, it has that European slant, the English slant, but I like the matchups. As I did this past Saturday, the Fight Night card was fun as well. So that's at 2:45. Makwan Amirkhani. Tony Ferguson will stop by at 3:05. Yes, we talked to him last week, but there's a little more to talk to him about. And so I wanted to talk to him about the week that was. He came out and said that he got less than half of his show money, which, by the way, go back to the press conference. When Dana White was asked if Tony Ferguson would get his show money, a lot of people listened to what he said and for some reason kind of just assumed that he said that he was going to get his show money, that Dana confirmed this. He didn't really confirm it. He kind of non-answered the question. Ferguson very vocal about this. And yes, it does say, or I should say it doesn't say in the bout agreement or the contract that they are required to pay the show money if you weigh in and your opponent doesn't make it to the scale or make it to the fight. Nowhere does it say that. And that's, quite frankly, on the managers. I believe it was Jeff Wagenheim on the beat last week that said the managers need to put that in the contract. You can't necessarily cry foul, even though there has been a precedent set when it doesn't say it in black and white. You got to get that in there. So we'll talk to Ferguson about that. We'll talk to him about where he goes from here. I was told that the UFC attempted to make Ferguson versus Khabib April 8th in Buffalo, UFC 210, but too soon for Khabib, and that's understandable. I also was told that there was an attempt to see if it was possible to make Ferguson versus Eddie Alvarez before they locked in Alvarez versus Dustin Poirier for UFC 211, but that's not happening as well. Short notice for Eddie Alvarez. I could certainly understand that. There's only 2 fights that I think make sense for Ferguson at this time, Khabib or Nate Diaz. And if Khabib is going to take an extended period of time off, if he cannot fight before Ramadan, I kind of feel like they need to make that fight for the July 8th card in Las Vegas. Ferguson versus Nate Diaz, that is. 3:30, we'll be joined by Michael Chiesa. He was brought up last week sort of by Eddie Alvarez when Eddie Alvarez called him the tough guy. From what I understand, it came down to Michael Chiesa and Dustin Poirier for Eddie. They went with Eddie versus Dustin Poirier. Want to talk to Michael Chiesa, who we have not seen in action since April of last year in Tampa, was booked to fight Tony Ferguson. Remember, he got injured, hurt his back, and then Lando Venata stepped in, and he's kind of become the forgotten man at 155. So we'll talk to him at 3:30. 3:50, we'll talk to Misha Cirkunov. And Misha Cirkunov is back in the UFC, has gone 4-0. Remember, he had that contract issue, and it seemed like his days were numbered as far as the UFC is concerned. And then all of a sudden, he's back. And not only is he back, but he has his next fight yet. He has his next fight. His next fight is going to take place May 28th in Stockholm, that fight night event headlined by Glover Teixeira versus Alexander Gustafsson. Volkan Ozdemir of Switzerland, who beat OSP back in early February in Houston. This was first reported by Aaron Bronstetter of TSN. So good timing. We'll have Misha Cirkunov on the show at 3:50. 4:10, we'll talk to Rashad Evans about his debut at 185 and where he goes from here after losing to Daniel Kelly. Rashad's name kind of came up after the Kelvin Gastelum win over Vitor Belfort, because Vitor said he wants one last fight June 3rd in Rio. And some people said, okay, why not Rashad? He's coming off a loss, kind of at the same stage, although Vitor is a little bit older. And then there's that whole Black Zillions angle. They sort of, trained with each other briefly when Vitor was in Florida. That's definitely a possibility. The possibility, and Anderson's name came up for Kelvin, although I don't know how much I love that fight for Kelvin. Maybe, it's a big fight for him in Rio. Vitor was asked about it. Vitor versus Anderson too, which I think makes a hell of a lot of sense. That's a really big fight for Rio. That's the fight back at UFC 126, which propelled Anderson into the stratosphere that he's now in at least Brazilian MMA circles and Brazilian pop culture circles. But Vitor said he doesn't want to go out against a Brazilian. So do we go back to Rashad? And then what do you do with Gastelum? Gastelum brought up something very interesting in the post-fight press conference about the rankings. I mean, it's become, kind of commonplace to crap all over the rankings, but it is a tough spot for the fighters who are in that division, 185, even 155. Like you hear a guy like Edson Barbosa. Edson Barbosa had a phenomenal finish against Beneil Dariush. Your heart goes out to Dariush. He looked really good. He won the first round. He was arguably en route to winning the second round, and then he gets brutally knocked out via flying knee. And then afterwards, Barbosa says, I want a title shot. Well, the queue now is so long that, what are these guys shooting for? Are they just shooting, for paychecks? That's not bad. You have to make a living. But Gastelum, Barbosa are kind of in the same boat in that regard. So where does Gastelum go from here? I suggested the winner of Weidman Mousasi. Is that a little too soon? Perhaps, but you could say, okay, let's give him a slow build. You go from Kennedy, you go to Belfort. Maybe Weidman Mousasi is a bit of a jump. But when you consider the fact that Romero is only going to fight for the belt, in, 10 months, 11 months, you have to keep him active some way, somehow. So do you want to give him a lesser opponent to let him go on, maybe get 2-3 fights in? Or do you want to really see where he's at against the winner of Weidman Mousasi, which is taking place, of course, in less than a month in Buffalo? I do not want to see him, though, go down to 170. One thing that came up, by the way, this past Saturday, last weekend, a lot of promos for UFC 210. I noted that I thought that they were very favorable towards Rumble Johnson. Look at the promos. Look at every single one. Look at the talking points. It's all like UFC light heavyweight champion Daniel Cormier is fighting the killer of all killers, the most feared man in the world, the scariest puncher, the scariest knockout artist in the history. It's all building up Rumble Johnson. And I don't think for one second that the UFC doesn't like Daniel Cormier. I actually think that they like him a lot. They've given him a ton of TV time. He's now, a color analyst. He's got the Fox gig. This is not a slight on Cormier. I just think that they don't know how to build up these fights. They're using the same stock sound bites for every commercial. It's all the yelling and screaming, and even, they're using like Wonder Boy's voice in this promo, and you got Goldberg still in there. I mean, you parted ways with the guy. I don't think you should be using him anymore. We don't need the same formulaic commercials. And this kind of, was brought to light last week with the posters. Someone reached out to me. I'll leave their name out of it. I won't tell you what department, what their history is. Someone reached out to me who is very knowledgeable as far as the whole marketing department is concerned at the UFC, and kind of gave me the rundown about what's going on. And it's what we sort of figured. Just a lot of layoffs. They're working with a skeleton crew, 43 events. They don't have time to give each event TLC, and I get that. Your typical fight night doesn't need, TLC, so to speak, but your 12 to 13 pay-per-views, I think, need a little boosting. They need a special poster. They don't need a poster that looks like it was cobbled together on, 20 minutes notice. They need a special promo with some originality, some imagination. These promos with the yelling and just building. How about building up the fact that Daniel Cormier is an All-American? How about building up the fact that he's, an Olympian? How about building up the fact that he is arguably the pound-for-pound king in the sport? I mean, this guy lost once in his career at light heavyweight to arguably the greatest fighter of all time. Let's not forget how good John Jones was before he hit this rough patch. And he was undefeated at heavyweight. And the only reason why he really went down to 205 was because his friend, Cain Velasquez, was in the mix, in the title picture mix over there. And then he goes down to 205 and he loses once to the champ. And then he comes back after the champ is out and beats Rumble Johnson and beats Alexander Gustafsson. It's not his fault that Jones backed out back in July. And I know people like to bring up the fact that he hasn't defended the title all that much. Yes, he's been injury hit. There's no doubt about it. He has pulled out of some fights, especially as of late. No doubt about it. But that doesn't take away what he's done. And you can't build this guy up. You can't tell us about, you're showing us Patrick Cummins highlights. Come on, he's done a lot more since then. It's just frustrating. I'm not trying to be too negative. I love the sport so much. I love the UFC. I want the UFC to succeed. I want them to be as successful as possible. Trust me, it's good for me. It's good for my living. I love big fights. I just want to see them get that sort of attention. I mentioned this on the beat. When I was an intern at HBO, they let me go into the kind of warehouse on my last day there. This is 2003, and they had every single HBO poster of the last decade, and they said, take as many as you want. I love fight posters. I love fighting. I love boxing. I love MMA. I love all that stuff. So I got a Tito Trinidad one. I got a Shane Mosley one. I got a Lennox Lewis one. And then I went back to school. I went back to Syracuse my senior year, and I put them all over my wall. Yes, this was somewhat of a deterrent as far as the ladies are concerned. But for me personally, waking up every day, looking at these great fight posters, I loved it. You want that 209 poster up in your room? You want that 210 poster? Maybe ironically, you want to show your friends that great promo for the Buffalo card? Come on now. Just a little more TLC. That's all we ask. Anyway, so Gaslam with the big win this past weekend. Shogun with the win over Volante. Barbosa with a win. Ray Borg with the win. Betch Correa gets the draw, but still does the booty shake anyway. Got to respect that. Speaking of booty shakes, Alex Oliveira with one as well. And then, as I mentioned, Josh Berkman left the gloves in the cage after his loss, but then went to the back and said, I want to at least fight in front of my family in Utah. So he kind of took that one back. No problems there. All right, let's move along to our first guest of the day. As I mentioned, he is returning to action on April the 15th. He is trying to tie history. He's trying to secure his 10th straight title defense. He is fighting Wilson Hayes in the UFC's debut in beautiful Kansas City. It's live and free on Fox. We're talking to our good pal, Mighty Mouse, Demetrious Johnson. DJ, how are you?
I'm good, Earl. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for joining us. Are you happy?
Oh, no, thanks. Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm good. What's up, baby?
Well, you got what you wanted. You wanted to fight in Kansas City, and the UFC listened to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm very happy that I'm going to be able to headline the Fox card in Kansas City, and looking forward to it.
I bother you all the time. Like, I give you like a week, 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, and then I say, okay, what's next? When are you returning? And then I consistently bother you. And then around UFC 209, I was like, yeah, what's going on? I haven't heard much about you. And you said you really wanted to fight on that show. You wanted to tie history in front of, I'm not going to say you were, Kansas City's not, right next door to Seattle, but relatively close, I guess you could say, Midwest, West, all that stuff. And it seemed like you were a little worried, like you weren't going to get what you wanted. How did you get it done?
Yeah, obviously, shout out to Earl Wanted for posting, that I wanted to, fight on Kansas City, MMAfighting.com, one of the best mixed martial arts website I even go to.
Wow.
But with that being said, obviously the UFC, they have what they would like to have done, and they gave me multiple dates to fight on. First I wanted to fight on May 13th in Dallas just because it was just, a big pay-per-view card. You had the baddest man on the planet fighting, also the heaviest man on the planet fighting. So I figured I would try to go on that route. But, we landed in Kansas City, which I'm very happy about. I love fighting on Fox. The time frame works perfect in my liking. Usually when you fight on a pay-per-view, the main card doesn't start at 7. But if you're on the East Coast or Mid-Coast, that means you don't start fighting until 9 o'clock, and then you don't get done till freaking midnight or 1 a.m. in the morning. So it's not about that life.
Yeah. And also, and I feel like I've talked to you about this before, I love when you fight on Fox, especially Big Fox, because I feel like the whole narrative of, selling pay-per-views and all that is just kind of thrown out the window. You don't have to answer those questions. There's not that kind of pressure on your shoulders. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, and even when I do headline on pay-per-view, I don't worry about the pay-per-view, all that stuff. I just love how Fox, I think they do they do a good job in the production, and it's on Fox. It's 213 Fox. I mean, The Simpsons are on that channel, for God's sake. The Simpsons have been on there for a long time, so there's always a special heart in my place with Fox. Growing up watching it, Simpsons, Family Guy, and all the other great shows on there.
You said they do a better, and then you corrected yourself. What did you want to say? A better job than who?
I don't want to say they do a better job. I feel like when I fight on Fox, I see the commercials a lot more, and I don't have, my father-in-law and everybody and their mom at the YMCA asking me, hey, when you fight again? Usually when I fight on Fox, everybody and their mama know I'm fighting on Fox.
Okay, fair enough. Were you at all surprised that they went with Wilson?
No, not at all. I mean, like I said, me and him supposed to run it back, last July, July 30th.
Yeah.
But I got injured. I had an LCL tear, so I wasn't surprised at all. That's what they offered me, and I said, yeah, sure, let's do it. Just like last time when they offered it to me. So yeah, same result. Let's do it.
You mentioned in an interview, I saw it on MMA Junkie, where you said that Dana White told you he doesn't want you to fight Joseph Benavidez again. Is that true?
So that was true. But let me give you guys a little more context.
Please.
Back in the day when they were trying to do the Ultimate Fighter show, when I first found out about the Ultimate Fighter show, Ultimate Fighter Tough 24, found it out by Twitch. Oh, you can follow me on Twitch at Mighty Mouse UFC 125 at Twitch. But I found out there, and then I said, you know what? Why don't you throw everybody in the house? Throw Joseph in the house. Throw everybody in the UFC roster in the house, and then go find the rest of the guys around the world. Throw them all in the house, and the winner will be victorious. And then my pick was that if Joseph got in the house, he'd beat every single one of those guys, and then he would earn his third shot. And then Dana White was like, dude, I love how you stick up for all your colleagues and your buddies, but I don't want to see that again, okay? I don't want to see it. And I was like, I'm just being honest, Dana. I mean, you want the best man in the house, the best fighters on the UFC roster. Throw them in that house, and then have those guys fight, the regional champions. So that's where the context came from. That's where I came out and said that, where, when I was like, yeah, if the next person who's going to get the next title shot is going to be the top 24 winner, throw Joseph in the house, throw Tigers in the house when he's at 25, throw Dodson in the house again, throw all those guys in the house. That way, there's nobody bitching or complaining about who deserves the next shot at the 125. And then it was like, no, I got different plans. I was like, oh, whatever. Just, I try to be a very honest person and not try to blow smoke up anybody's ass. But like when it comes down to it, the UFC says, hey, this is you're going to fight. All right, sounds good, but we'll fight. I have nothing against Joseph Johnson, all the guys I've fought in the past. They're all great competitors, and I wish nothing but the best for their careers.
The theory that I threw out last week was, I wonder if they're saving Joseph for the record-breaking title defense. If you get 11, you break Anderson's record, only because we can tie the whole circle together. You won the belt against him. If we're gonna give him a third crack, maybe we do it with this, with this storyline. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that can definitely be a possibility. Like I said, UFC has what they like to do, and then I have what I like to do. But at the same time, if that's full circle, yeah, that sounds good to me. And like I said, when people ask about that fight, there's not everybody jumping out of their seats to do it. And he's on a 6-fight win streak. He's beat the best of the best division. The only people he's ever lost in his career is me and Dominic Cruz. So yeah, I mean, if he keeps on going around and beat people up on stuff, it's good. I just think they're probably looking at it at a way that, like, okay, let's say if he beats Steve Johnson, perfect. He's a new champion. We can throw some guys in that he hasn't already beat. Okay, if he loses again, okay, we're division and let him keep beating up the top contenders, or do we say, hey, we want you to go to 135? They have to look at all their options. Or I might say that to the very last. I was like, hey, maybe at the 11th title defense, I beat him, and then I'm like, hey, Demetrious, we want you to go to 135. We're going to pay you X, Y, and Z. Now we're going to do a vacate 125-pound championship. Joseph, you can fight whoever the number one contender is at that time. I mean, they can do so many different options.
Have they brought up the 135 thing recently?
No, they have not.
Okay. Just checking, because I know that's been discussed a little bit in the past as far as people outside of your circle, but not necessarily with you. Have you thought about, the circumstances, the opponent, the date, the venue? If you get to number 11, like, I know you don't want to look past Wilson, but have you? I mean, that's a big deal. That's a record. That's one that we thought maybe would never get broken. Have you started to think about that at all?
Sometimes I do, every once in a blue moon, but I try to stay focused on, this fight. The biggest thing I try to stay focused on is staying healthy and training. But yeah, I have my eyes on to see what big pay-per-view stars are coming back in the fall. So I hope I can, help those guys headline a big pay-per-view card.
What's the perfect scenario for you?
Perfect scenario. I would say Conor fighting Floyd Mayweather. That'd be the boxing main event, and then you can have GSP fighting Michael Bisping, and then I can be right behind him as the pre-co-main event. That would be the perfect scenario. And in Las Vegas at the beautiful T-Mobile Arena, that's what I would love to have.
Would you get pay-per-view points though?
I don't know. I gotta go through the contract, read all that fine print.
Yeah.
I'm just I gotta read all that good stuff. But hopefully we'll find out.
What about opponent?
I don't care.
You don't care. You just want that record.
Yeah, I just want the record, and just a big spotlight to do it on. I mean, first, we're jumping ahead. We're jumping the gun.
Sure.
First, I gotta stay healthy in training camp, and then I gotta take on a very tough Wilson Hayes. And then once we get that done, I'm going to let my body relax, enjoy, the springtime in Washington State. And then, I'll start getting myself in gear. Whether I lose or win, get ready for the next one. So,
when did the record start to, A, become special for you and more importantly, B, in your mind at least, attainable? Like, when did you start to think, like, this is something that I want and this is something that I actually think that I can get?
I think after my fifth title defense, it was something that I was like, okay, we're at 5 now, and 5 feels like 4 and 3. So I guess let's shoot for 10. That's where Anderson has it now, and everybody keeps talking about Anderson as the greatest middleweight of all time. He's held the belt the longest in UFC history. So I was like, hey, I guess that's a goal to shoot for after the 5th title defense. I was like, let's try to shoot for it, and after the 6th and the 7th and the 8th and then the 9th, it was like, all right, we keep on chugging along, and now we're getting to 10, and it's just crazy that, my career has come to this point, because at one time I didn't even care about being a champion. There was not even a chance for me to be a champion because this weight class never existed. Shit, not even 135.
Right. Do you feel like a big enough deal has been made of the fact that you're this close, or would you want to see more attention paid to it?
I think it's a big enough deal. Everybody, I think my boy T Wood said it the best. There's people out there who just want to see bar fights. There's people out there who want to see technical. I think Joe Rogan's a big fan of this because he came out and said, what's the point of having a championship belt when the champion's not going to fight, guys in that division? A good example, Michael Bisping taking on GSP. He should be fighting Yoel Romero.
Right.
Yoel Romero is beating everybody. He hasn't fought Yoel Romero, and that's the more contender. So for me, I think there are big fans out there who believe that championship fight should be, you want to win as many as you can consecutively. And then when you're at the tail end of your career and you're like, all right, I'm almost done or whatever, and I'm just looking for the big fight, then yeah, you can do that. But for me, I'm still young in my career. I'm a young 30-year-old man, and I'm still trying to tie the record and break it and set a new one.
Do you worry that they're going in the direction of more entertainment over sport?
I think they do a little bit of both. I think there's a little bit of more. There's sport. There's a little entertainment. Obviously, at the end of the day, UFC, WME, and IMG, their business, and they got to make sure they make back that $4.2 billion they sold. They purchased the company for. So I think here and there, I don't have a problem GSP fighting Michael Bisping. I think if GSP came back and fought at, top 5 middleweight and beat that person and then got a title shot, then I think people would be more accepting. But since he's just coming off, 3 years or 4 years, I don't know how long he's been away from the sport, and getting an immediate title shot when there's guys who've been grinding, this whole entire time to get to that point in their career, then it just be taken away from them. I think that's where a lot of the true hard fans like WTF, what the F?
Yeah. I do like, by the way, how you and Tyron have this bond. You mentioned to me that you went to Vegas to support him, and he always supports you. You guys kind of have this like watch thing together, and you're kindred spirits in that regard. He is a much more, I think it's fair to say, a polarizing figure than you are. And he's not afraid to speak his mind. Do you guys speak about this sort of thing behind the scenes? Does he ask for your advice? Oh, how do you kind of stay out of the headlines, or do you not talk to him at all? But I mean, because it has been kind of an interesting 3-4 months for him since he became champion.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say, the very first time I met Tyron Woodley, I was a huge fan of him when he came out of the Strike Force. I actually named my son after him. That name was very intriguing to me, and how he carried himself as a champion Strike Force. And we talk all the time. I bounce ideas off him. He bounces ideas off me, and we give each other advice. He's a huge inspiration to me in my career, just the way he carries himself and how he just says whatever he wants, and I respect that. And you have to respect his opinion and how he feels about things. So yeah, man, huge fan of his. And I always ask him, you sure you want to do that? He goes, yeah, I'm gonna do it. This is how I feel, and that's what I'm gonna say. And I'm like, all right. And there's sometimes I ask him, like, how do you feel that way? And he goes, just because you have an experience doesn't mean it's not happening or anything like that. And me and my wife, Destiny, we totally agree where he's coming from on certain points. And, you have to, the biggest one he said that resonated with me was that, he's doing this beautiful thing called the Champ Camp, where he's going around talking to, troubled children. He's giving back to the community. And, he told me that he asked the UFC to push it one time, and the UFC goes, no, I'm not going to do that. But the Mac Live, once Conor dropped that, they pushed the hell out of that. And, it's basically Conor McGregor going around buying Ferraris and driving and talking, doing his thing, showing his watches, showing how many suits he's got. So it's a little bit different parallel. Then you have to look at it like, okay, do we want to, obviously when people look at this, the trolls, the fat guys who can't get girls and all that stuff, can't buy a Ferrari, they're like, I want to be like Conor. So it's kind of, it outweighs it. So as a athlete, you have to sit back and think like, okay, why won't they push mine? Where, like you said, I'm an analyst, I'm a husband, I'm a father. I don't do drugs. I've, never disrespected anybody on a big level. So why won't they promote me and they would promote this guy? So you have to think about that. Do you think back that it's because I'm black, or is it because he's white? I mean, that's where he's coming from. And I totally understand it, because as an athlete, as an African-American, you have to sit back and think about that. It was like, you know what? And I have people who work at Microsoft that are, they're like, you have to think like that, because why is that person going to push over you? And it's a side of, that we look in, and as being African American, you have to, if I were to say that's never came through my mind, then I would be lying to the world.
So do you feel like racism is an issue in MMA?
I don't want to say it's an issue. I don't want to say it's an issue because obviously I've been promoted very well as a flyweight champion, but can I say that people might feel there is? Yeah, there part of people feel this, but I don't think Dana White's ever like, I'm not going to promote that man because he's black. So
Right.
get somebody else in front of me. Yeah, I don't think Dana White's doing that. But I'm just saying that if people feel that way, then it's not. It's a possibility that some people feel that way. That's just how it is.
Do you ever feel that from the fans?
No. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've been in I've been in Ubers and I've been taxi driver. They're looking at me. He goes, "Hey, you're that flyweight champion, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I am. That's me." And he goes, "You know why you're not famous, right?" And I was like, no. He goes, "Because you're black." And I'm like,
No.
"Good for you. You got big balls, my friend."
Really? I don't feel. I mean, that's a crazy statement.
No, that's a crazy statement. He said, like I said, this is it's something I experienced
Yeah.
in my life. You know, like I said, a lot of people don't talk about the things they have experienced in their life, but that's just one thing that I've experienced. Like as you try to get out of Tyron, last time you did an interview with me, you were like, "Can you elaborate more on the things that you said you've been around that make you feel that way?" He never explained anything, but that's one thing that I've said in the back. And then as an athlete, you get out of the car and you're like, "What the fuck's he talking about?" Or then you sit back and you're like, "Huh? Do you think he's right? Do you think he's wrong?" It's a mind thing. Your brain starts to think about stuff like that. So that's all it is, man. That's where I think everybody just misunderstands Tyron when he talks about that. But I understand where he's coming from.
Sometimes you wish that you had that gene in you where you were as outspoken as Tyron. Like you're like, man, I wish I had that. Do you envy that in a regard, or do you like staying out of the spotlight?
I envy it sometimes, but I let myself go more on Twitch when I'm streaming because it's I'm talking to people, and then they last night some troll, I try not to give the trolls a chance to get me riled up, but every once in a while.
Did we lose him?
He goes, "Oh, you're not a draw."
Are
you still there?
Yeah, we got you back.
Okay. Yeah. So this guy, he goes, "You're not a draw. You're not a draw. Enjoy Fox." And I was like, "Well, my friend, guess what? You enjoy going to your fucking job on Monday from 9 to 5 and enjoy punching that punch clock." And then I said, "Okay, all right. You say I'm not a draw. Let's go back in time and look at all the UFC pay-per-view number draws, okay?" And so I did all the research and I pulled up all on my stream. I was like, "Okay, let's take a look at Jon Jones versus Alex Gustafsson." And my argument was that draws are more about drama. People want to see drama. Okay, so I went back to Jon Jones fighting Alex Gustafsson. What UFC was that, Ariel?
165.
165. 165 did about 310,000 pay-per-view buys. Okay, now that was back in 2014. I don't know. I can't remember. And then I fast forward to Jose Aldo and Renan Barão and Ricardo Lamas versus Uriah Faber. And Uriah Faber is a big polarizing figure in the sport of mixed martial arts. He's been a pioneer the whole entire out his whole entire career for the smaller weight division. And then I pulled up the numbers and it was like maybe 275. Okay, you had two champions there. No beef between none of those guys, just great, amazing athletes. Okay, but nobody really cared about that. You fast forward a little bit, you go to Jon Jones fighting somebody else. It was like maybe 320, 355. Now you fast forward to, at the time, pound for pound best fighter in the world, me, and then pound for pound best fighter in the world, two, Jon Jones, taking on gold medalist Henry Cejudo, and you had OSP fighting 375 buy rate. Then you jump to some drama to where there's bad blood. No, they don't like each other. He was going to spit in his face. He was going to go next door and kill him. 875,000 buys between Jon Jones and Daniel Cormier. Now, this is all speculation, all the numbers I found online doing that stuff.
Yeah.
And then, I went to Conor, and he had amazing numbers. And then you went to, Ronda Rousey. So then I even went to GSP, and then he was in the 400,000 range. So I'm like, so what is it? What is considered a draw? Is 310,000 considered a draw, or is 875 or 1.5 million considered a draw? So I'm saying, I told this guy, and I was like, so you're telling that there's only, he was right, but I was telling him, like, dude, like, sometimes being an athlete, it's not about being the biggest draw. It's about being the best fighter in the world and worrying about that. And so I told that guy he was a dumbass, and just because a person, you can have a title a pay-per-view with 8 champions on it, and 8 people are fighting somebody that nobody cares about, people are either going to tune in or not. But if you get somebody, I guarantee you, if you have a girl Catch Me Outside, the girl in Dr. Phil, don't know if you know, she's very famous, 4.5 million followers on Instagram. I guarantee you, if you give her some gloves and put her in the octagon, she'll be the highest-selling pay-per-view fighter in the world. She'll probably do way more numbers than Ronda, just because she brings drama and negativity to wherever she goes. That's why I was telling the guy that. I was like, you're a dumbass and you're a troll. And then we roasted him, and we sent him on his way with the band.
Oh, wow. That is intense. No, and I appreciate the insight, and I appreciate you doing that research. You're 100% right. Unfortunately, in combat sports, it's the one sport where being a draw is actually even brought up. Like, you think about a guy like Tim Duncan, very vanilla personality, never did interviews, never wanted to talk, never got into any controversy, but won, I think it was like five championships. There's now a guy named Kawhi Leonard on the Spurs. Same way. Doesn't say a word. Doesn't talk to anyone. But he's one of the best players in the world. Unfortunately, in combat sports, being a draw is really the only kind of sport where, boxing, MMA, where this ever comes up. It doesn't. No other athlete has to talk about this sort of thing. And I feel for you, but I think you have come a long way in that regard. By the way, one last thing. Ray Borg wins on Saturday, and then he mentioned, you and Wilson saying, I'm coming for the belt. Were you impressed? Is he on your radar at all?
I didn't watch the fight. I was out having German chocolate cake for my father's for my best friend's father's birthday. So I didn't watch the fight, but I heard he won the fight. Congrats to him. And no, man, you can't worry about what other guys are saying and who's coming up. There's always going to be another guy coming up. I've been in this sport for way too long. Been a champion, fighting the best of the division for so long, fighting the best of the division, double, back to back.
Yeah.
And I don't worry about that. I just worry about myself, staying healthy and staying focused. I know these guys are gunning for me. It's like high school. Everybody's trying to kick my ass. And you just got to, stay humble, keep on training. And before you try to get me off the air, Arawani, you have not subscribed to the channel. What's taking so long?
Gosh, I don't even know how do I subscribe to Twitch? And I hope they're paying you for all this love, because it's this and the nuts and more. You're all over those guys, and it looks great, by the way. The birthday cake one that you tweeted about last week looks phenomenal. But I don't know, where do I go to Twitch? Do I need an Xbox? Do I need a PlayStation?
You can use your phone. Don't worry. We're going to take care of you. I'm going to have one of my moderators write something up. I'm going to send it to you via DM on Twitter, and we're going to take care of you. We'll get you in there and get you a nice little white belt around your waist.
All right. We were supposed to do like a weigh-in show together, and then you left me hanging.
That thing was kind of it was a great production, but at the same time, I don't really like talk about fighting, because you sit there and you argue with other people about their opinions. Like, I don't like to put a lot of energy into things, where people are like, oh, well, I thought he won. Well, I thought he won. Why did you think he won? Oh, because I thought he did this. Oh, well, I thought different. I thought I weighed this more than that. I was like, I'm not over it. And I thought it wasn't a good show.
All right. Fair enough. But I'm happy to come on anytime you want me. And yes, if I can figure it out, I'd be happy to watch you play video games. I can think of nothing more exciting.
More than that. Way more than that.
DJ, a pleasure as always. Looking forward to April 15th. Big time stuff. You're tying the record. You're looking to tie the record. I don't want to get ahead of myself here. April 15th on Fox, Kansas City against Wilson Hayes. It's great. I'm happy they listened to you. I'm happy you got it done. Happy you got what you wanted. Looking forward to it, and always happy to have you on the show. Best of luck.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it, man.
All right, there he is, Mighty Mouse. Demetrious Johnson stopping by. Great stuff from him. Okay, let's move along. As I mentioned, second I heard about the GSP Bisping news, I thought of one man, actually two men. I thought of Yoel Romero and his buddy / translator Ray. Finally, 2 weeks later, we got him on the show, joining us via the magic Skype. There they are. I love these guys. I am so excited to talk to both of you. Ray, thank you very much. You're a star now, by the way. You know this, right? You're like an MMA celebrity.
I don't know.
Well, welcome to the world of celebrity. And Yoel, thank you very much as always for joining us. Wow, we have a lot to discuss. When you found out, Yoel, that they were going to go with just the GSP versus Bisping, what was your reaction?
You know, I think this is the truth. I want to say honest, quiero ser honesto.
He wants to be very honest how he feels.
Estoy bien molesto, estoy molesto con la decisión que se tomó.
He's bothered. He's bothered with the decision that was made.
Pero sigo enfocado, espero, confío en que Dana vaya a hacer las cosas bien como siempre las ha hecho.
But I keep on, I'm still focused, and I truly expect that Dana will do the right thing the way that he's always done in the past.
Tú sabes, conmigo todavía no se ha hablado nada. Conmigo no se ha dicho nada. No hemos llegado a ningún acuerdo. No se ha hablado, conmigo no se ha conversado nada.
We haven't reached an accord. No one has had a conversation with me about the situation.
Estoy esperando que ellos hablen con mis managers, ¿no?
I'm waiting for the UFC for them to speak with my managers.
So Dana has said that he's going to take care of you. And by the way, there's a bit of a feedback. Maybe I think if you turn the volume down on your computer, is it possible to do that? Because we're hearing my voice and no one wants to hear me twice. Okay, that's better. Can you still hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So Dana has said that he's going to quote unquote take care of you. Do you have any idea what he means by that?
¿Tú tienes alguna idea que lo que Dana te va a cuidar? ¿Tienes idea lo que significa por eso?
No. Él tiene que hablar con nosotros.
No, he has no, he doesn't know exactly what he means by that, but he's spoken to
Tiene que hablar con mis
the manager.
managers.
He has to speak to the managers. He's spoken to the managers. They're reaching an agreement.
What
Per se.
what would make you happy, if anything?
¿Qué es lo que te hiciera feliz?
El título, lo que siempre, por lo que he trabajado,
For what I've worked for, which is a shot at the title.
por lo que sigo trabajando
For what I keep on working for,
y por lo que voy a seguir trabajando.
and for what I will always keep working for.
Lo que Dios me ha dado como un legado.
What God has given me is legacy.
Dios me dio un trabajo
God gave me work,
y yo estoy haciendo ese trabajo.
and I'm doing that work.
Si trabajas por un real,
If you work for one penny,
eso es lo que mereces.
that's what you deserve.
Yo hice mi trabajo en Nueva York.
I did my job in New York.
Antes de Nueva York he hecho mi trabajo.
Before New York, I always did my job.
O sea que yo necesito que me paguen por lo que hice por Nueva York.
I need to be paid for what I did in New York.
¿Y cuál sería ese pago?
What would that payment be?
Mi título.
My title.
So you're not necessarily saying that you want to get paid for sitting out? Because this has happened before, as you know, with Carlos Condit.
Tú no necesariamente estás diciendo que tú quieres que te paguen por estar sentado.
No, eso aquí no se está hablando de eso.
No, we're not talking about that.
Okay.
Estamos hablando del pago por lo que trabajaste. Trabajaste para pelear por un título, ganaste tu pelea por el título. Eso es lo que yo necesito. Eso es lo que yo necesito que se me pague. No es que me den el chance. La gente no saben decir bien las cosas. Si tú dices, no, él merece el chance. No. No es que tú mereces, tú eres
Que le toca.
el que le toque el chance.
Yeah. We're not trying to get anything other than what it's not even what I deserve. It's what I've worked for. It is what it is. I've worked, from New York on back, for that title. That's how I want to get paid. Not for what I deserve, but for what I'm supposed to be paid with. A chance at getting that title. That's what I'm looking for.
Yoel, who are you more frustrated with? Bisping for, not fighting you, or GSP for kind of cutting the line in his return?
¿Con quién tú estás más frustrado? ¿Con Bisping por no pelear contigo o por GSP por haber cortado en frente de la línea?
A ver,
Let me see.
no es frustrado, quizás sea la palabra molesto.
It's not frustration per se. I think the word is more like bothered.
Eso no lleva nombre, eso ya está ahí, está puesto. Creo que la persona que tiene que haber asumido esa responsabilidad es el que tiene el cinturón.
I think the person that should assume the responsibility is whoever has the belt.
San Pierre no es culpable de nada aquí.
St. Pierre is not he's not at fault here at all. He's
O sea, si a ti te dicen, toma $100, toma un chocolate, tú lo vas a coger porque te lo están dando.
somebody offers you $100, chocolate bar, you're going to take it because they're offering it to you.
You know? Pero ahora, yo, si por ejemplo, eso fue lo que pasó con San Pierre, le dieron un chocolate y él lo cogió.
That's what happened with St. Pierre. They offered him a chocolate bar and he took it.
Ahora, quien tenía que respetar y que tenía que defender su yo, lo que está en duda, es Marco Bisping.
But the person that needed to respect, the person that needed to actually, know what's doubted,
Porque la
what's in
gente,
doubt is Michael Bisping.
porque la gente duda que él es un campeón.
Because people doubt that he's a champion.
Él sabe que no es el campeón, a él le regalaron un chocolate y él lo comió y alguien se lo facilitó aún más todavía en que se lo comiera.
He knows he's not the champion. He had an easy opportunity, and it's the same thing. A chocolate bar was offered to him, and he took it, and he's running with it.
O sea, a él le dieron el chance, cuando tú miras cómo fue que a él le dieron la oportunidad de pelear, él no necesariamente estaba entre los cuatro primeros.
When you see how he got the opportunity to fight, if you look at it correctly, you'll see that he wasn't even in the top 4.
Claro, todas las cosas pasan por algo.
Of course, everything happens for a reason.
Yo en esto le doy las palmas a él, porque él, cuando le dieron el chance, lo tomó.
I applaud him because when they gave him a chance, he took it.
Y Luke Rock le facilitó el cumpleaños.
And Luke Rock, made his birthday gift real easy.
You know? Ahora, la gente no cree que él es un campeón primeramente porque le dieron una oportunidad que no era merecedora.
Well, people have that doubt. People don't think that fans in general don't think that he's a champion because they facilitated a chance at it. He didn't really earn it.
Después pidió pelear con un hombre que también lo aplaudo, su actitud, la leyenda Hendo.
After that, he asked to fight. I also applaud him for his attitude against the legend, Hendo.
Pero todos sabemos que ya, no, como todo en la vida, ¿entiendes? El tiempo te va cobrando impuestos.
But we all know, just like everything in life, time keeps taxing you.
Entonces ya Hendo no es el mismo.
Hendo's not the same guy anymore.
Él necesita defender su título, que le regalaron, que él tomó y supo obtenerlo.
He needs to defend his title, the title that was almost given to him, that he took.
¿Con
He
quién?
had to take it.
¿Con quién?
With who? With who?
O sea, it is what it is.
Yes. Are you worried, Yoel, that you're going to be out for too long now? I mean, as you mentioned, time, it catches up to all of us. GSP said he's only going to fight in the fall. That means by the time the winner is ready, you might be out for more than a year. Are you willing to wait that long to fight again?
Dice que GSP está dispuesto a pelear, pero en el otoño. Eso quiere decir que por mucho tiempo vas a estar fuera de pelea. Estás preocupado, como dijiste, que el tiempo le paga impuestos a todo el mundo, le quita impuestos a todo el mundo.
Sí, claro, pero vamos a hablar. El impuesto, ¿cómo se lo cobró a Hendo? Ya Hendo teniendo 46 años.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you're right, but let's speak frankly. Those taxes, how they hit Hendo was Hendo being 46 years old.
Claro, este Joel Romero todavía está en la flor de su cumpleaños de 15.
This Joel Romero is still in the flower of his 15th birthday. He's still going.
Pero, este es el tiempo. Yo hice mi trabajo en Nueva York.
But this is the time. I did my job in New York.
La primavera viene ahora.
Spring is coming now.
Tú no tienes por qué decirle a la primavera que espere al otoño.
There's no reason to tell spring that she has to wait till fall.
Este es mi tiempo.
This is my time.
O sea,
But so then what are you going to do? Because the fight is booked already.
no sé, quizás estoy pensando, estamos comentando yo y mis managers, estamos hablando respecto a lo que está sucediendo. Tú tienes que también jugar con lo que a veces el clima te ofrece.
I'm not sure. My managers and I are discussing certain things. Sometimes I have to play with whatever the climate gives me.
No sería mala idea y sería muy bueno para la afición y para uno mismo pelear a Anderson Silva.
It wouldn't be a bad idea, and it would be good, just good in general for everyone. A fight with Anderson Silva.
No.
¿no? Sí.
Por el interino.
Pues, ¿tú me entiendes? Por un título interino, ¿me entiendes? Para quitar a todas las telarañas que puedan haber por ahí y dejar ya un legado.
You know, just to get rid of any cobwebs, anything that's out there, you know, an interim title would be really nice, and just to leave everything exactly how it needs to be. Start that legacy.
So you're willing to get back? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, que sería muy bueno.
It will be really good.
So you are willing to take another fight while you wait for your title shot?
Siempre y cuando sea Anderson.
Yeah, I'm willing to take another fight, always, and as long as it's, you know, Anderson, good fight.
Si es con Anderson, sí, para la cojo, sería bueno, ¿entiendes? Para la fanaticada sería bueno para mí. Y por un título interino con él, sería bueno pelear con Anderson.
A fight with Anderson would be great. It would be great for the fans. It would be great for me. And fighting for an interim title would be really good in general.
So to be clear, just Anderson though interests you, no one else. If they come to you with a different fighter, you're gonna say thanks, but no thanks.
Para estar bien claro, con Anderson, como te gustaría, no hay más nadie que me dice.
Es que él le ha ganado a todo el mundo, ¿entiendes? El único, cuando tú miras el listado, el único que no ha peleado conmigo de las grandes estrellas que están ahí todavía entre opciones a título es Anderson.
I've already fought everybody else.
Yeah.
I've already fought and beat everyone else. The only person that is amongst those great stars is Anderson.
¿Por qué? Hay que también jugar con los planes de St. Pierre.
Because we also have to play with the same plans of St. Pierre.
Tú sabes. Y hay que estar. Esto es un juego de ajedrez. En estos momentos es un juego de ajedrez.
At this moment, this is almost like a chess match.
You know?
Are you worried that if St. Pierre wins the belt, that he won't fight you? Because he hasn't been very clear about what he wants to do after the Bisping fight. Are you worried about that?
¿Estás preocupado de que si St. Pierre coge el cinto, que no vaya a fajarse contigo? Porque él todavía no ha dicho exactamente.
Exactamente por eso que quiero pelear también con Anderson.
That's exactly why I want to fight with Anderson for that interim.
Yeah.
Porque él dijo, tengo planes.
Because he said he's got plans.
Yeah. Maybe that's him.
Sorry.
No. Michael Bisping.
No, it's my wife.
Oh, okay. Well, tell her to say shalom. Mi esposa.
My wife. Yeah.
The queen.
Yeah.
Michael Bisping says, I promise you, after I fight GSP, 5-6 weeks later, I'll fight Yoel. Do you believe him?
Michael Bisping dice, te prometo que después que me faje con GSP, que en 5 o 6 semanas me voy a fajar con Yoel.
Me gustaría creerle.
I would like to believe him.
Me gustaría creerle, pero dice la palabra de Dios, maldito el hombre que confía en el hombre.
But the word of God says, I'd like to believe him, but the word of God says, damn the man that believes in the word of men.
No, y tú sabes, pero me gustaría creerle.
But I would like to believe him.
Okay. Would it have meant a lot to you if someone from the UFC called you before this news came out and said, okay, this is why we're doing this, this is what we're going to do, as opposed to 2 weeks later, you still don't know what the plans are, how they're going to take care of you? Would you have appreciated a phone call before the news came out to the world?
Hubieras apreciado una llamada telefónica del UFC para explicarte todo lo que está pasando, todo lo que es, todas estas cosas nuevas con GSP, Bisping y la pelea antes que saliera.
Ellos lo hicieron, ellos hablaron con mi manager.
They did. They called the managers.
Okay. So you knew before all of us. Would it be fair to say that you're less upset today, 2 weeks later, as you were when you first found out? Or are you still very upset that you're not getting the next title shot?
Está bien decir que estás menos molesto 2 semanas después que escuchaste que te dijeron que no ibas a coger el título, el chance al título. Hoy, 2 semanas después, o estás igual como estabas hace 2 semanas.
Yo vivo una vida de convicción, no de emociones.
I live a life of conviction, not emotion.
Sigo igual.
Still the same.
Okay.
Estoy igual que cuando pasó el mismo día que salió la noticia, a los 3 días que pasó la noticia, sigue pasando. Solamente me calmaré cuando esté subido, cuando esté en el octavo peleando por el título.
I'm feeling exactly the same as I felt the day that the news broke. 3 days later, a week later, now 2 weeks later. The only time that I will be satisfied is when I'm in the octagon fighting for that title.
You told us last time that you were waiting to go back home to Cuba until you became champion. How does this affect those plans? Now you have to wait longer, right?
Nada, no me ha afectado nada.
Nothing has not affected me in anything.
Sigo esperando.
I'm still waiting.
You're going to wait till you become champion to go back home.
Ah,
Okay. Who do you think is going to win the fight between GSP and Bisping, and who do you want to win the fight?
¿Quién tú crees que va a ganar la pelea entre GSP y Bisping?
ese es el problema de ellos. Es un problema de ellos. No me pongo no me pongo a pensar quién gana, ni cómo va a ser la pelea, si es 50-50, si está 40-40. Es un problema de ellos.
That's their problem. I don't really think about who's going to win, who's not going to win. If the fight is 50-50, 40-60, that's their problem.
Ya yo tengo mi propia cruz, mi propia carga. También voy a echarme la carga esa arriba. No.
I already have my own cross, man, my own heavy burden. I'm not going to carry that one for them.
Ahora, en cuanto salga la pelea, en cuanto ellos peleen y le levante la mano a uno, ya eso no es mi problema. Es mi fiesta. Empieza mi fiesta.
The minute that they raise doesn't matter who, one of their hands, that's when my party starts. Before that, it's not my problem whatsoever.
Okay, and as far as training is concerned, do you have to take your foot off the gas? Because you were probably hoping to get that title shot soon now since you last fought in November. How do you kind of pass the time since we're still maybe around 4 or 5 months away from the fight actually happening?
Dice que lo que estamos hablando de entrenamiento, ahora tienes que bajar un poco la velocidad, quitar un poco la gasolina, el pie de la gasolina. Porque ahora estabas preparándote para una pelea, pues tú, ahora qué vas a hacer, cómo estás haciendo ahora.
Bueno, ya le dije, esto es un juego de ajedrez. Esto es un juego de ajedrez dependiendo de lo que esté sucediendo, lo que pueda suceder en 4 semanas. Dependiendo. Claro, quitamos un poquito el pie del acelerador, no del todo, ni lo aceleramos mucho ni le quitamos.
We're not going to accelerate too much. We're not going to take it off completely. We might lighten up, the gas. But like I said before, this is a chess game, and it's back and forth and back and forth. We don't know what might happen in 4 weeks.
Okay.
6 weeks.
All right.
¿Entiendes? Porque cuando tú miras la lista de las peleas y de la gente como estaban de los top 5, de los 6 primeros, ya todo el mundo está ocupado. Los únicos que estamos libres somos yo y Anderson. ¿Entiendes? Y pudiera existir esa misma posibilidad de la que estoy diciendo.
If you look at the list of the top 6, top 6, 5, 6 guys, and middleweight, everybody's busy. Everybody has, commitments already set forth. The only ones that are free of any commitment is Anderson and myself.
Do me a favor, Yoel. Can you go over to Malky and smack him in the head and tell him to be quiet during our interview? I mean, what's wrong with this guy? Unbelievable. Last time he walks in the shot. What is going on? That's him, right?
No, es un ganadón que por favor que se quede callado. No, que estamos haciendo.
Sí, tócala.
Oh my God, it's okay.
He's always busy.
Last thing for you.
He's always busy.
I know it's unbelievable. I think he's busy. He pretends to be busy. Last thing for you. What's the message to Michael? He talks to you a lot through the press conferences and stuff. What do you want to say to Michael Bisping?
¿Qué tú quieres decirle a Michael Bisping? Él siempre está hablando en todas las conferencias, siempre está hablando necesidades.
Acaba de decirlo, él es un necio. ¿Entiendes? A los necios no se les presta tanta atención. No estoy diciendo que no se le pone atención. Es que no se le presta tanta atención.
People like him, I'm not saying that you don't pay attention to him, but you really don't pay that much attention to whatever people like him say.
Le prestas la atención que se requiere, no más.
You just pay him the minimum amount of attention that's
Ni
needed.
más ni menos, solamente la que se necesita.
You just pay him the little bit of necessary attention that you would to someone.
Y una de las cosas que he visto siempre en esa atención que yo le he prestado a Mr. Bisping,
And one of those things that I've always noticed whenever I've paid any little bit of attention to Mr. Bisping
es que él habla mucho,
is that he talks a lot of
you know,
Yes.
you know, Entonces, yo sé que ese es él.
Well, I mean, I know that that's the way that he is. That's who he is.
Algo que me ha enseñado la vida y le doy gracias a Dios por las oportunidades esas que me dio fue que he tenido ese roce con diversidad de personas.
One of the things that life has, and I'm grateful for life teaching me this, is that I've gotten to share these experiences with a lot of different people.
Y he tenido que lidiar con muchas personas como él.
And I've had to deal with a lot of people like him.
O sea, que me es fácil poder lidiar con una persona de ese.
So it's pretty easy to deal with a person the way that he is, like him.
All right. By the way, did you see on Saturday, World Baseball Classic, Israel beat Cuba? Did you see that in the baseball?
Sábado en el clásico mundial de pelota que Israel le ganó a Cuba.
No, déjame decirle, primeramente no sigo tanto el béisbol.
Let me tell you, first of all, I don't really follow that much baseball, but
Yo lo que sigo es soccer. Barcelona.
Well, no, but Israel,
Béisbol,
the Jews beat the Cubans.
los judíos le ganaron a los
porque
cubanos.
los judíos son una gente bendecida.
What do you say? What do you say?
Jews are the best people.
There we go.
They're blessed.
That's it. That's it.
That is it.
Donde Dios pone la mano y el ojo, sale fruto.
Wherever God puts his hand at his eye, fruits come out.
Amen. Amen to that. Yoel, a pleasure as always. Thank you. You're handling this with great class. I appreciate it. Ray, thank you very much as well. All the best to you guys. We'll talk to you soon. Shalom.
Thank you, Aaron. Bye.
All right, there they are. Yoel and Ray stopping by. Great stuff from them. Always love having them on. Always love having on the strawweight champion of the world, Joanna Jędrejczyk, also a member of ATT. She joins us on the phone right now. Joanna, how are you?
I'm very good. Hi, guys. Good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you as always. It's been a while. You've been all over the place. You were just back home in Poland. Now you're back in Florida, correct?
Yeah, again. I was back to Poland for 10 days. I had so many obligations, but it was time for it, you know. Now it's time for a camp, just a camp, so it's good.
Do you miss training at home? Do you miss? I know you have a fiance, you have friends, family. Are you sad when you have to go back?
What's crazy about that? When I'm home, I'm thinking of training and just getting better, you know. So it's crazy because, like I said so many times, like family is like it's like they're my life, you know. So, but the thing is, like, I feel so good here in Florida. I would like to bring them all here, and I could just train, be focused on my things, on getting better, and stay with them. But I cannot do that, so I can handle it.
What do you do about your fiance? You're away from him for so many weeks.
Yeah, he's good with that, you know. I'm good with that. We must handle that, you know. They will come. They will come for my fight. He and my sister, my brother-in-law. Maybe we're gonna see each other soon, but we don't know. He's super busy. I'm very busy, but we supportive to each other. So this is what we matter about.
Are you planning on moving to the United States full time?
No.
Okay,
No.
you're always gonna live in Poland.
I love United States, but it's just a business, you know. I love Poland. My parents are getting older. They're still young, but they're getting older, and I have some good ideas for business in Poland. You know, I just released my book, very good opinions, my biography, and we're trying to release this book in English, but we need some time. We need like from 2 to 6 months to get this book to the United States, but we work on that. So it's a good information for all of the fans from all of the world, you know.
So right now it's only in Polish.
Yeah, just in Polish.
Is
Only
it?
in Polish.
Is it about your life?
Is it about my life, my private life as a human being, and about my fighting career? Yeah.
Wow.
Like I said before, people see me as a champion. They can see just last 2 years of my fighting career, but the truth is that half of my life I'm in this business for like 14 years already. So,
Sure.
So there's lots of to tell.
You talk about when you you were almost going to retire before you went to the UFC, right?
Yeah, like I got I was so mad at my management. At that time, I was Invicta fighter, so I didn't fight that much, didn't have that much money, but I survived, and now I can live as a champion, you know.
Speaking of management, last time you were on the show, we talked about you looking for a new manager. Have you found one yet?
Yes.
Who is it?
I cannot tell.
Why?
Yet.
It's a secret?
Not yet.
But it's a done
We're
deal.
about to sign the agreements. We have like shake hand deal.
Okay.
But we must sign the agreement, and then we will talk about.
I got to tell you, though, the Perfecting Athletes team that you're working with, they're the best to deal with. I asked them for you to come on the show. They respond. Paulina, in a second.
Yes,
You're in good hands.
Paulina, she's my assistant. She's my gatekeeper here. So
Okay.
you know, if you pass Paulina, then we can talk. You know.
So someone has passed.
Amazing person, you know. Like I live in the Perfecting Athletes house, and what's good, there is no more about business. We are more friends than we make business, you know. Of course, I still under them. Like I saw that there is more and more fighters asking about Perfecting Athletes, more and more fighters coming to this company, and what they can see that they treat people different, you know. And you can make weight and feel great and fight good.
Yes, I have seen that.
Stay healthy. So, Khabib, I love you, man. You are like my brother. Please join Perfecting Athletes team for diet, and for sure you're gonna become a champion. I'm not rude. You know, I see the things different. I understand things different because I used to learn a lot about diet, good training, healthy lifestyle. But Perfecting Athletes, Michelle, Paulina, they changed my point of view, and I feel better. I was talking about the 125 division. Now I can fight just in 115, and I feel good. I can make this weight. I can cut this weight and fight. You know.
So are you no longer interested in 125?
I am, but I feel great. You know, I used to break my hand 2 times. You know, fight after each other, and I was like, hey, something is wrong with my body. You know, and I didn't want to like break my leg or something worse happen in the fight. But now I feel great. I feel healthy, and I want to. If they're gonna open 125 division, I believe they're gonna do this this year. So I will jump between 115 and 125. I want to be the real champion of the strawweight division and the real champion of the flyweight division.
Have they actually told you when they plan on doing this?
No. I asked, but they didn't tell me. But if I know, I could not tell you. You know, because
Why?
I'm kind of like straight and honest.
Sure.
When we make business, when we talk about some, if you no wanna talk me about that, I will not tell anyone. You know.
I know. Sometimes I try to get the scoops out of you. I text you about your fights, and you stonewall me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad that UFC let me announce my last fight on Fox Procast because it was great.
Okay, now
I'm happy to be back to Florida and prepare.
Speaking of management, here's an interesting thing that people aren't talking about. Your fight against Jessica Andrade is interesting because, for many reasons, but one of them is she's represented by your old management. Is this awkward for you at all? I know you were very close with Thiago. You had a long history together. Is this weird at all because you guys were part of the same team, so to speak?
No, it's normal for me. You know, I fought with Valerie Letourneau. Now I'm part of ATT, and what's good about that, we train together. You know, even I appreciate that. Even last time, Valerie was like, "Joanna, anytime you need me, I will be here for you." And I really love this. You know, we can like have like good stare downs, good like face offs, good fight. We can fight each other, but we still we respect each other. We still ATT, you know, the best team in the world right now, you know. They got just a award a few weeks ago, so it's amazing.
Okay, but fighting someone who was a part of that old team doesn't make you feel awkward.
No, it's normal for me.
Okay, it's business.
Like people were saying before the fight with the Polish girl, you know, people been asking me, "Oh, how you feel about that? You're gonna face Polish girl?" I don't care. I don't care who I gonna fight. I just want to put on great camp, great performance, and put on great show. You know, I always want to take over.
Have you been impressed with Jessica since she dropped down to 115?
Of course, I'm impressed of her. You know, she won like the 3 or 4 fights straight, so she's good. She's doing very well. You know, she's tough, and it's going to be a good fight.
Did you feel like she was the number one contender? Like, did this matchup make sense to you when they brought it to your attention?
It's question to Sean and the UFC, but I think, you know, like you can see like there is so many like good girls, you know, like Rose. She got her chance to fight the Polish chick, but she lost to her, and now she said like, oh, I want to fight Joanna. I want to beat her. I know how to beat her. Come on, get your chance, beat the best, and become a challenger. You know what I'm talking about? Like it's so crazy. So you know, some of the fighters doesn't matter what division it is. You know, someone is on the good way to get the title shot, but they are losing the fights, you know, the most important fights. So the things that the rankings are different every week. So it's different, you know.
I like how you.
But I think she's the right person, you know. She's the right person. She deserves to fight for this fight title, and I believe that it's going to be a good fight. So this card, like, blown my mind. This card is getting just better and better, and I think it's going to be like the card of the year 2017. Like, I'm very excited for other fighters, other people from ATT, because like half of the card is ATT people, you know.
Yeah. No, it's amazing.
It's the most crazy thing, but look at the card. The fights are just amazing. The matchups are so good, you know.
By the way, I like how you call Karolina the Polish chick.
Because, like, who cares?
You're not impressed.
Who cares? Who cares?
She's fighting Claudia next. Do you think she beats her?
I like, both of them are very good, but I know how strong is Claudia Gadelha, so here we go.
Well, why do you say who cares, though? Like, what, you don't have respect for her?
I do.
But you don't want to say her name?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Okay, fair enough. Going back to Jessica for a second, she said this
No, people cannot, like, call my name or make a post, and there is nothing about me, and they cannot use my name, you know. I've been working so hard to get to this place where I am right now, so people can use me to fucking promote themselves, you know.
Did she do something or say something after the fight that bothered you?
I don't know who you are talking about. What's the next question?
Okay, fair enough. Jessica mentioned to MMA Junkie, she said, quote, "We know she has a weaker chin," speaking of you.
Come on.
And she said, if you land hard and keep going with the same volume, you may win. She also said, Jędrzeczyk was knocked down with a jab. Who gets knocked down with a jab against Karolina? What's your response to this?
Have you seen me responding on that? Like, people are fucking getting fights on Twitter. It's crazy, you know. I spoke to Sean about it, and he was like, I cannot help, you know. And the thing is, like, I'm trying to be quiet. I let people talk, you know. But the thing is, like, I'm just trying to. Okay, the face-offs are pretty tough with me. The weigh-ins, the fights, but I let people talk. I let talk my body in the octagon in the day of the fight. This is what I want to do. I don't want to talk to them that you know, you're right or you don't. If you're gonna knock me out, maybe you're right or not, you know. But I don't care, you know. I let people talk, but I prefer to train hard every day and just get there, you know.
So
Get there. But the thing is, like, Karolina didn't knock me out, like, and she didn't hit me to the chin. It was like, it was punch to the nose, and that time I was doing some action, you know. It was some, I don't know, it was probably some boxing with the kick. So I was like out of balance, and she drops me. Okay, she drops me, but the thing is, like, it was not my chin, you know.
You feel like these people are trying to get under your skin by talking, and you're just going to ignore them.
This is what I said before.
Yeah.
I was, like, I don't know what Jessica is talking about. Like, I don't know if Thiago is doing this, because Thiago was like a brother to me, you know, and we're still in good relation. I believe that they can get more crazy because of the promotion, and, you know, she has nothing to lose.
Right.
But the thing is, like, I'm still good with them, so I don't know why they go crazy, you know. I can do the print shots and show you all the messages. Of course, I'm not gonna do this, but we are good. We have good relation. I know that Jessica's English is not so good, so I know that there is someone behind her back helping her with that. So it might be Thiago. So I feel sorry for that.
Okay.
So we are in good relation. So you honest or you fake. So I still love this guy. The thing is, like, he has done so much for me, but I got bigger and bigger. So I needed to change some few things in my life. Get the better promotion, get their management, to just to get there. To get all I can get from my champion life. But the thing is, like, what about Jessica? I was in good relation with her. People are like, oh, Joanna now is so quiet. She doesn't respond because I don't wanna talk. Like I said, we had good relation. Every fight, anytime we meet, it was like good. We had good training together, a good meal, good talk. We could hang on together. But this is what I said. Like, when the things like get bigger, people get crazy, So I thought that she not gonna act like this, but I see she will just get into more and more. But I feel sorry. I just want to be patient, be humble, keep on training, and let my fist talk to her on May 13th at the UFC 211 in Dallas. That's all what I want to do.
You're on top of the world now. You're so popular in Poland. I see you're getting a lot more attention and more media and things like that. You're champion. You're the only strawweight champion in UFC history. Did you learn any lessons from what happened to Ronda Rousey? Once she lost, it seemed like she was never able to recover, and now it looks like she's not coming back. Do you look at that and try to learn anything from what happened to her?
Yes and not. Like, every fighting career is different, We all are different, Our lives are different. But the thing is, like, of course I learned some, but I'm trying to be smart for myself, what I'm talking about. Like, when there was a time that I could fly Poland for 10 days, do like 7 days of media. I slept like 6 hours a day, but Cattell was with me. We had amazing time during the trainings between the obligations, but the thing is, it was time for it. Now it's time to just get ready for the fight. 8.5 weeks, I will roll my ass to get ready for UFC 211, and the thing is, like, no one gonna get my attention. Of course, there is a photo shoot coming with Williams sisters, but it's going to be on Saturday after the training, so I can do this because there is going to be time for it. But there is no option that you're gonna put $1 million in the front of me and I will go with you because of the money. No, I will choose to put on great workout. And just get better till the fight,
What are you doing with the Williams sisters?
I'm focused on my camp. I focus on myself. I'm selfish. Like, I'm here in Florida by myself. I left my fiance and my family there, but they understand. They support me, and I'm calm because I know that they are waiting for me there. But I have good people here, and I can be focused just on the camp. So people, don't get crazy when people offer you money on sponsorship. First of all, we are the fighters, and we must make sure that we're gonna get ready for the fights.
What are you doing with the Williams sisters?
I will have some photo shoot. There is a U.S. Open in Miami, and
Wow.
I'm happy to just go for the game and meet them. They are amazing. They are still living legends.
Wow.
Both of them.
The last time you fought in Dallas was when you became champion, when you beat Carlos.
You're making history one more time, man. Be there.
Were you excited about that? Like, are you the kind of person like, oh, I'm going back to a place that was, good luck for me? Do you think about that sort of thing?
That's amazing. I'm very happy to fight in Dallas because, I thought that I wanted to fight in April, so Buffalo, but I was like, no, I need more time. I need to change few things, just get better. I spoke to my coaches, and we are getting better every day. So I'm excited that Sean and Dana, the UFC, they put me on UFC. On this card, UFC 211 in Dallas, because, like you said, 2 years ago I won my strawweight title there. Mm-hmm. So 2 years after, 2 years, 2 months, without 1 day, I will defend my title for the 5th time.
I was talking to someone at ATT about, your transition and stuff, and they told me, like, you kind of keep to yourself, like that you don't make a big, fuss in the gym. You're kind of quiet. You're professional. You go in, you work super hard, like you outwork everyone, but you sort of keep to yourself. Is there anyone at the gym that you've, taken a liking to, that you've become friendly with, whether it's, another one of the women's fighters or the male fighter, anyone in particular that kind of, you developed this relationship with that you didn't have a relationship with in the past?
You know what's good? I feel like home, you know. I feel like home, and everyone is so good to me. Same as me. Like I said, like people see me just during the stare downs, face offs, and the fight. It's a beast mode on. I'm already in beast mode on because I'm in the camp. But the thing is, like, I'm super humble in the gym, and like every day, you know, even outside the gym. But the thing is, like, everyone is super helpful, you know. Like the coaches, I have the best team ever, you know, like Mikey Brown, Cattell, and Kami, my three main coaches. Then there is Phil, strength conditioning, and Daya from boxing. But everyone is super helpful, like Zhe, amazing jiu-jitsu, Trisha, and other girls are helping me, even Valerie. So Nina is back to the gym, and probably we're gonna spar together before my fight with Jessica. So everyone is super helpful, you know. I love Robbie, but he's not with us anymore. But I like this guy so much, and I'm looking up to him, you know.
By the way, and not trying to start anything here, but when I hear Nina talk about wanting to be a champion like Amanda, her girlfriend, how do you react to that since you're teammates now?
I heard that after, like, few weeks after, you know. Of course, she should dreams big, and that's good for her, you know. But let's see. She didn't fight for a long time. She won her last fight. Was a very good fight. So we will see. You know, every fighter, everyone want to be a champion one day. So it's normal, you know.
I feel like more should be made of the fact that at ATT they have the
so far away from this right now. So she will fight soon. I must be focused on my next fight. So it's going to be like a year or two. We will see. I don't know.
But
I wish that she's gonna become a champion one day.
do you agree that more should be made of the fact that the American Top Team Gym is home to the strawweight and bantamweight champion, the only two? Well, actually now there's a featherweight champion as well. But I feel like that should be made a bigger deal, that you're both training under the same roof.
Yeah, that's good for all of us, you know.
Yeah.
Like. It's good. It's good. I just want to work hard because of that, you know, because of those girls. That Amanda is there, that the other good strawweight female fighters are there. It's just good for all of us, you know.
By the way, they're really pushing Michelle Waterson these days. Are you impressed? Is she on your radar?
Yes, I'm impressed of her, and let's see. She has a good fight coming up with Rose, so we will see.
Who do you think wins that one?
I think that she might be my next challenger after I beat Jessica.
You think that that Rose will beat Michelle? Excuse me, that Michelle will beat Rose? Excuse me.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
I feel like you're not too high on Rose.
You know what's weird? Like I met Rose. I have so much respect to this girl. I think she's like one of the most talented strawweights in the UFC, you know. But she needs more experience. But I think there is something wrong with her head, you know. Like Patrick Berry, he was part of Team Perfect in Holland of Ernesto Hus gym when I was training. But the thing is, like, I met her in Denver. We shake hands. We spoke to each other. And a few days after, I heard that she was like, "Oh, I want to beat Joanna." I was like, "Hey, shut up! You had your chance to beat Carolina and Carla Esparza before and some other, but you just lost. Come on, work hard, get your ass to the gym, put on better fights, and you're gonna get this title shot, you know." But that's weird. Be honest. If you don't like me, don't shake my hand and don't talk to me, you know.
Yeah,
don't talk behind my back. I'm kind of straight person, and this is what makes me mad. But I'm good with that, you know. But I think Michelle Waterson will win with Rose.
Last question for you, Joanna, and again, thank you so much for the time. Always love having you on the show. What you want to stick around longer?
No, I just got back from training. I need to rest a little.
Okay, you love talking to us so much. You felt like the time went by so fast, right?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Actually, we have a teammate of yours coming up next, Brad Pickett. He's retiring on Saturday. You know that?
Oh, yeah. I'm super, like, sad and happy for him, you know, because I love this guy so much. He's super, like, he's a good energy, you know.
He's a great guy. Yeah, that's going to be a great fight. My last question for you was, if you win this fight on May 13th, that will be your 5th straight title defense.
If there is no if, I will.
When you win this fight on May 13th, that'll be your 5th straight title defense. We had Demetrious Johnson on earlier. He has 9. He's looking to tie the record set by Anderson Silva, of course. Is this something that you're thinking about? Is this something that you're striving for? You want that record as well?
Yes, I want that record. I want this female record, which is 6 title defenses straight, and then I will look up to other guys.
Demetrious, Anderson. We'll see what happens. Yes.
Yes.
All right. Joanna, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to it.
Brad, all the best, all the best. I'm happy that they found an opponent for you, and all the best in London. And guys, it was nice to talk to you, Ariel, like always. But all the best, and kisses for my fans from all over the world.
Thank you so much, Joanna. All the best to you, and we'll see you in Dallas.
Khabib, come and join Perfecting Athletes.
I love it. I love it. There you go. From the champion herself, Joanna Jędrejczyk. Appreciate her time very much. The reigning, defending strawweight champion, Joanna Jędrejczyk, sending a message to Khabib Nurmagomedov saying, join Perfecting Athletes. They do a great job. They've got some of the best. Wonder Boy, Alistair Overeem. They've got a ton of guys. I think Tony Ferguson as well. A very impressive clientele. They've worked with Chris Weidman in the past. So anyhow, they're working with Joanna, and she returns to action on May 13th, UFC 211 in Dallas, Texas. I love such a straight shooter, that Joanna Jędrejczyk. It's always so fun to talk to her. So much intensity, but just very much, what you see is what you get with her. All right. So that was a lot of fun. Let's move along. We talked about Brad Pickett this Saturday. The UFC is back in London. It's a great card. I know a lot of you, again, were upset with the main event, but if you look at it top to bottom, I would argue it's a better card than the last time they were there in February of 2016. And one of the featured fights is Brad Pickett not fighting Henry Briones. That fight has been canceled. He's fighting Marlon Vera, and it will be his retirement fight. And he joins us right now via the magic of Skype, I do believe, from London, his hometown. London, is that where you are right now, Brad?
I am. I'm here in London, yes.
Okay, thank you for joining us. I don't know if you heard that message from Joanna, but she says she loves you and she wishes you the best. Did you hear her talk about you?
I didn't. I'm supposed to be putting these headphones on, but somehow I'm putting these headphones on and they're not working. So I've got my secretary here to give me some headphones.
Hello, sir. How are you?
My striking coach. How are you? My striking coach, Paul Gloves. Let's see if these work.
All right, let's give Brad a second.
Well, with being a fighter, you always find it really hard to get headphones that fit in your ears.
That's right, because of the cauliflower ear, right?
Yeah, exactly. But these ain't too bad. Thank you for it.
All right, now we're set. Thank you, Brad. I appreciate it. By the way, fight week in London, do you stay at the hotel or do you stay at home?
A bit of both. I'll be staying at the hotel some days where I have to be at the hotel early in the morning because there's no point in me being home. But so tomorrow night I will be staying at the hotel, but then Wednesday night I'll stay at my house. Friday night, obviously, Thursday night I'm cutting weight, so I'll stay at the hotel for the weigh-ins on Friday morning, and then Friday night before the fight I definitely stay home.
Wow. So you want to wake up Saturday morning with your family. You're going to wake up at home, just like a regular day.
Yeah.
You typically do that when you fight in London these days?
I have done, yeah. I've done that against Rivera. I felt good, felt comfortable. It's nice. The day of a fight, I like to take myself away from the fight as long as possible until it's ready to fight. So I'd go for like a nice long walk in the park with my dog, my wife and my kid and stuff like that. And then come back, I can relax. Because you're not actually fighting until the evening. So sometimes it can be a really long day, especially if you're in the hotel thinking of the fight.
Yeah.
In your hotel room. It's like sometimes I feel like I get a bit of cabin fever. So I like to get out anyway. So it's brilliant now around my house. So I just get out in my house and get my mind off the fight. And then when I have to go to the venue, then my mind switches on to the fight. And then I haven't been thinking about it all day, basically.
So this is your retirement fight. Do you find, here we are on the Monday before the fight on Saturday. Do you find, okay, we're embarking on this fight week, your last one as a fighter. Do you find that you're smelling the roses? This is the last time I'll do this. This is the last time, are you cognizant of what's going on, or are you trying to block that out?
I was trying to block it out as well as I could, because at the end of the day, I just need to concentrate on my fight. But I did find it a little bit hard when I was over in the American Top Team getting ready for this fight. I came back last Saturday morning, and it was a strange one because I was like calmly the wrestling coach there and stopped the class before the start of the class and just got everyone together and say, hey everyone, this is Brad's last wrestling session. And I was like, man, why you do this before the class? Because it made me really emotional, and I'm just about to start training, so I was like, oh no. And then after the class, he got everyone again, and then a guy filming a little bit of documentary about me started asking me, and I got really emotional, and I started, found it hard to hold it in. So I assume I'm going to be a wreck after my fight,
Why are you retiring now? Why did you make this decision?
For me personally, I've always knew when I want to hang my gloves, I want to do it in my hometown, 100%. A bit like Uriah did. But even before I fought Uriah, I already had this in my head that I want to retire in my. This is where I started fighting. This is where I end fighting. Reason I want to retire. Don't get me wrong. I love my fighting. I love my job. Right. It's really fun when you're winning. It's not as fun when you're losing. And I've been losing of late, and I'm a very competitive person, and it sucks. It really does suck. And for me, when I got into the sport, it was a kind of like, how far can I go with this? Where can I get to? So obviously, I wanted to be the best in the UK. I've done that. Then I wanted to be the best in Europe. I've done that. Wanted to get over to a bigger organization. Back then, I wasn't my weight class in the UFC, so it was a WBC. Got into the WBC, then went in. Obviously, we merged with the UFC. Wanted to get top 10, got top 10. Wanted to be, then I'll end up getting to top 5 in the world. And then I kind of like struggled a little bit with the last kind of hurdle of a grasp of it. I've had a few, like I'd say at the time, were title eliminator fights. Me versus Henry Brunez, me versus Eddie Wyland. I've had quite a few of these where if I'd have won, I believe I was probably next in line. And I kept on falling over at that hurdle. Me versus Michael McDonald was another one. And so then I was like, kind of like, I wasn't going to be number 1 in that weight class. So what I thought, okay, right, I got a win over number 1 pound for pound guy in the world, Demetrious Johnson. I'll go down a weight class and try and be number 1 in the world there. And it wasn't easy for me to make that weight, but that was my drive. I wanted to be number 1 in the world. And then I went down to the weight class. People saw it didn't really suit my style. I kind of like just ran around trying to get these guys, and I'll just get out points. So then that door closed for me. So then I came back up to my weight class, and it was just a job. It's just a normal job for me. So my desire of competition kind of went away a little bit. And that's why I think maybe I've been struggling a little bit, because it's like I just wanted to strive and be the best. And maybe it's my mindset that I'm like, I know that Bisping and stuff are doing well later on in their career, but for me, it's like I don't see the avenue for me, And I'll be honest with you, I think me versus Cody right now will match up pretty well. I like it, but I don't like my matchup against TJ Dillashaw. I mean, the other guys around there, and then also I don't feel I have it in me. It is hard, to be honest, on my body at my age. And then also, like I say, I'm a very proud person, and I've been losing more than winning lately. So I'd rather leave on my terms than get cut, if that makes sense as well. I'm a bit of a proud person. It's like you hear through the grapevine your girlfriend's going to dump you, so you got to dump them before they dump you.
Right. Well, okay, but if you would have defeated Faber in December, you still think you would be retiring?
Probably not. No, I mean, like, I'm a very competitive person. If I've been winning all my fights, of course, not. No, I'll be like, I love what I do. But like I say, I'm a very competitive person. I'm a very proud person. And there's a lot of new fans that are coming into sport right now who have only seen me lose fights. They didn't see me my wins back in the day, and when my prime years, they didn't see any of that. So they just, this Pickett guy sucks. And I'm like, hey. And so I'm a bit of a proud person. I hate that. So I think I to myself, and that it's going to be a bit tough one, because like I say, I love my job, but I love it that much where I want to respect what I've done with it rather than ruin it.
How do you think you're going to feel on Saturday in the locker room when they announce your name in the cage, all that stuff? It's a lot of pressure, you know, when a fighter has been fighting as long as you have, and then you say, okay, I'm going to retire at home. This is my retirement fight. It's one thing to do it after the fact. You said this, you know, several months ago, and you want to go out with a win. Everyone I mean, you were just there for Faber, the exact same situation. Do you think you will feel like this is a title fight? Like this is, you know, maybe your first, do you feel like you'll be more nervous than usual given the stakes, given the fact that you want to go out on top?
Possibly, but I've been thinking about this quite a bit because I put a lot of pressure on myself when I compete. And with the fighting, in the Uriah Faber fight, it was all about him, and I was just part of his roller coaster, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But then for me, this one, I put a lot of pressure on myself to win fights. If you win a fight, you go through one door. If you lose a fight, you go through a different door.
Right.
For me now, no matter win or lose, I go through the same door. So I have no pressure of the outcome of this fight means nothing to me. You know, win, lose, draw, whatever. It's not going to mean anything. You know, so I have no pressure on the outcome of the fight. My pressure is just to perform.
Was that a weird situation for you in Sacramento? Because you're one of the nicest, classiest guys in the sport. I mean, no one says anything bad about you. And then here you are going into Sacramento for Faber's retirement fight. And it just felt like everyone wanted Faber to win, not only in Sacramento, but everyone, like I think in your case this Saturday, everyone wants to see the retiring fighter go out on top. Was it weird for you to be, you know, in that situation? Did you not? I mean, you wanted to win. You wanted to spoil the party. You and your team. You felt confident. You had Mike Brown, who's done it to Faber before. Was that uncomfortable for you?
No, I didn't find it uncomfortable. I mean, me and Uriah have got on very well over the years, and for me, it was an honor to fight Uriah before he retired. You know, so it's brilliant for me. What I think went wrong for me in that fight is coming off a loss to Uriah and how that happened really affected me because I've never been involved in a fight where I never to do anything. You know, I've done it to other people before. I've never lost fights. I've never lost with not doing anything. And it just deflated me so much. So I wanted to just get back in there as soon as I can. But when I fought Uriah, all I was thinking about is he's going to finish me. I'm going to make sure that he doesn't finish me. So I've been so defensive the whole time. And like, I didn't get any offensive going. So I was just like, stopping this, stopping that. And with doing that, I wasn't trying to win the fight. I was just trying not to get finished, which eventually ends me making me lose the decision, you know. So I was disappointed in that aspect, but I see that it was a mental side thing. That's what we say to everyone. Fighting is 90% physical, 90% mental, 10% physical, you know. And mentally, I wasn't there in the head in that fight.
Okay. And your situation somewhat mirroring that of one Neil Seary, because it seems like he keeps trying to retire and his fight falls through. And then you find out a couple of days ago that Henry Briones, your original opponent for this fight, withdrew, I believe, for the third time. You guys have been booked 3 times now.
Yeah.
It's the third time he falls through. Were you worried? Like, once you're mentally set on retiring, your retirement fight in London, you can't script it better. You can't, I mean, it's going to take a long time to replicate that scenario. Were you worried that you weren't going to get this opportunity?
A little bit, but then to be honest, I fought anyone, any weight class. So I think, so it wouldn't have been hard to fight me if I would have said yes, anybody, you know, so it wouldn't have been somebody about my end, you know, I would have fought some heavyweight, it wouldn't bother me, you know, yeah, so I'm really, I mean, like, Marlon Vera, I'm like, thank you so much for helping me just close my book, basically, on my career. I mean, I'm forever grateful for that. You know?
How much do you know about Marlon, and how do you feel about the change in opponent with, you know, such a short amount of notice?
It's a complete different opponent in my eyes. He's more, he switches orthodox to southpaw. Striking wise, he's more counterish, and he's better on the floor. Where Briones, this is why I tried to match myself up with Briones so many times. He's just a stand there and let's bang. And that would have been, I'd love to be involved in those fights. Anyone knows me. That's why I keep trying to rekindle this fight. And I don't know, you just get, I don't know, 3 times is pretty
insane.
pretty special, insane, you know, like, yeah. So, but I'm just like I say, I'm really happy. I'm looking forward to. It's a different challenge. He's obviously a lot younger, you know. Yeah. So yeah, it's different. But like I say, for me, I could fight the postman. You know, he won't bother me. I'm just like happy that I have somewhere in there to fight. I always say this throughout my training camps because it's such a crazy sport. Everyone gets injured. I don't concentrate on my opponent so much. I just always concentrate on myself every day to try and make myself even better. You know, that's what I always do because the opponent changes all the time. You know, and like I watch tape of my guy, and then I get annoyed because like the guy pulls out. So it's like, why am I wasting my time watching tape? You know, so like, and that's happened. I was running on the treadmill, you know, for a week, just watching fights of Henry Briones. Now I'm just thinking, what you doing? What wasting my time? You know, so
Right.
it's quite annoying. Yeah.
Around a year or so ago, we had you on the program to talk about the new promotion that you were starting up, and I know it's still around, thriving. Is that your post-retirement plan? Is that what you're gonna focus all your time on?
Why not? I'm definitely going to stay within the sport. I'm definitely going to have maybe a teeny bit of a time off, just to have a bit of family time, take my wife and kid out for a holiday somewhere. But I know myself, and you know yourself. You have children. You can't rest. I'm like, what am I going to do next? I need to provide for my family.
Yeah.
It's just a natural thing. So definitely, I like to think I'll take a little bit of time off, but I know that I'll get back in and do something somewhere. Obviously, I maybe would like to see if I could work for the UFC in some way. You know, if something happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. But yeah, I have my own organisation, Rise of Champions. It is done well. But what I kind of found out, I was trying to do too much sometimes towards the end of my career because I was sensible knowing that it's coming to the end. I need to plant seeds and do things. But sometimes it did take a bit of my time because when I fought Yui Alcantara, I was supposed to fight him in September. Then the fight got pulled back to October, and I had my fight. And the next week, the week after, I had my fight show. So when I was supposed to be fighting, I was still matchmaking, which was just made it was like, yeah, I hated the whole thing. So it was just too much going on. So this time now, I'll put the show on hold. You know, like let me finish my career, then I have all the time in the world to do anything I want to do, some of that. But yeah, so that's one of my projects. Another one which close to my heart, which I love to do, is open my own gym near where I live. I want to open a Great British Top Team, you know, in England, near where I live. And then obviously coach a lot of the next generation of guys.
Oh, that would be great. I love that idea. What do you think you'll miss most about being an active fighter?
Competing, you know, but I've been thinking about that a lot. I mean, I'm a very competitive person, but then all I just change my angle. I can compete through other people. I can compete through my guys at the gym. You know, they're competing for me. I'm a very proud person, so I'll do whatever I can to make sure my guys win, because then it's a good reflection on me. So that I can compete for other people, and so I've always competed throughout my life. And like even when I open my own gym, I'll be like, I want to just open a gym, and then I want to be the best in the UK. Okay, I want to be the best gym in Europe, and that's how it starts. Because I'm a very competitive person.
I know you wanted to fight for that UFC title. Would you say that's your biggest regret, that you never got the belt?
I have no regrets, because that's the thing. Because I tried everything I possibly could to do that, and I failed at that goal. But I tried everything. That's why I went down to flyweight, because I didn't want to be that guy when you're in the bar and they're chatting. Oh yeah, I used to fight. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, you seen that Demetrious Johnson guy? Yeah. Oh yeah, I beat that guy. Yeah. You know, if I went down a weight class, I would have beat him and be the world champion. Oh really? No, because I didn't go down the weight class, but I wanted to be the guy who tried to go down to that weight class, which I did, and compete and try everything I can to win the belt, and that didn't work. So I've got no regrets that I've tried everything I possibly do to be number one in the world, but unfortunately I failed.
Saturday might top them all, but up until this point, up until this Monday, what's the career highlight? Is there one moment that sticks out? The happiest you've been as far as, MMA fighting is concerned?
There's two ones in my Zuffa career where I'd say as soon as I got to know I was traveling to fight, You know, I got to travel. I remember fighting for Bodog in Costa Rica, K1 in California. So I was like, yeah, I need to fight in Vegas, the fight capital of the world. And I made my WC debut in Vegas, and I won by a really rare submission, a Peruvian necktie. So that was an amazing accomplishment for me. Winning submission. My first time I fought in my eyes was the biggest show at the time for that weight class. That was that, and then I say my UFC one would be knocking out Yves Jabon in my hometown, because with the nickname of One Punch, you have to live up to it every once in a while. So I was happy to win by knockout in that fight with a really beautiful uppercut.
I sincerely hope that they let you walk out. Could we talk to someone about you walking out with the hat and the suspenders, the outfit, you know, like that's you. Could we get that one more time?
Yeah.
Is there any talk of this? Who do we have to talk to? James Elliott over at the UFC, Dana White? Who do we have to campaign to make this happen?
I think Reebok. You need to speak to Reebok. I know James. I think James Elliott and all of them are going to pass that on to Reebok. You know.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to wear my Trilby hat, and when I leave the octagon, I'll leave my Trilby hat in the octagon.
Wow.
Just go, I'm done. You know. So yeah. So that's what I do. I would love if I could come out of my braces and stuff, but I've got a feeling that they won't let me.
Oh man.
I wanted to plug. I wanted to plug my. Because I also have the UFC Snapchat, Twitter. No, sorry, the Snapchat login. So I could do UFC Snapchats if I wanted to. So I asked them, being polite, do you mind if I could plug my T-shirt, my last final T-shirt on there? And said we would let you, but it's not Reebok. So I was like, all right.
Get the hell out! I saw. Tell us the address. I saw you tweet about it earlier.
Yeah, I was saying, so if anyone wants to buy my last T-shirt,
there it is.
My last dance, One Punch T-shirt, that, and One Punch on the back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you go to onepunchpickett.com, and you could order them on there. You know.
I need to figure out how to get them to let you. I mean, it's just one fight. Let the guy do it. His retirement fight. It's so iconic. It's just you. It represents everything about your family history and who you are as a fighter. London, what a beautiful scene that will be. I'm holding out hope that they'll let you do it. I'm going to cross my fingers. Maybe try to talk to a couple people. I'm not.
I'm going to also see if they let me. I'm going to see if they're going to let me come out with the newspaper.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Well. You know, 'cause that's one thing.
I remember when you did that.
Yeah, that's what you do before.
That would be great. Well, I wish you the best.
And that's it. Thank you.
No, what'd you want to say? Sorry.
I was going to say, yeah, a lot of people get the misconception when I come out reading the newspaper that, why are you doing that? And I was, my thought process before I had the newspaper is because I'm an ordinary guy and I work, like in England, when you work a 9 to 5, you get on the tube or you go to work and you read the paper on the way to work. So that was my reflection of, this is just a job to me. I'm on my way to work, and this is how I work. Yeah, that's why I was reading newspaper.
A working class fighter, very much a working class man. Bring your lunch pail, your hard hat. Always a pleasure to watch you fight, and I'm really happy that we were able to get you on the program before your last fight. So I wish you nothing but the best. Thank you for all the great fights and the great memories, and I hope for your sake Saturday night is one that tops them all, and you get to go out on your own terms in front of your own people and get that moment where you get to put your hat in the middle of the cage. Beautiful stuff. That gave me chills when you said that. That's just what a beautiful scene that will be. So I wish you nothing but the best to you and your family, Brad. Thank you for everything, and we'll talk to you very soon. Good luck on Saturday.
God bless you. Thank you for having me on.
All right, there he is. One Punch Pickett. Brad Pickett. What a moment. That will be on Saturday. Last fight in front of his hometown crowd, getting an opportunity to say goodbye. He just fought Uriah Faber, if you recall, in Sacramento in his retirement fight. And now he's getting a chance to have his own retirement fight. He was supposed to fight Henry Briones. Briones pulled out. Third time they've been booked. But luckily for him, they get Marlon Vera to step in on very short notice, and now he'll be fighting Marlon Vera on this card on Saturday night. All right. as I mentioned, I really like this card. I have no horse in this race. I really like it. There's a lot of interesting fights. Joe Duffy, last fight on his current UFC contract. The Brad Pickett fight, excuse me. His retirement fight. The Gunnar Nelson versus Alan Jouban fight. Like that one a lot. And maybe the fight that I like most of all is Arnold Allen against Makwan Amirkhani. I love this fight. I love everything about this fight. And I'm very happy that Makwan is back. We have not heard from him in a very long time. We have not seen him fight in over a year. He kind of just fell off the radar. But we have tracked him down, and we've got him back on the show. Mr. Finland is here. Makwan Amirkhani on the phone right now. Makwan, are you there?
No, I'm here, bro.
Wow, long time no speak.
Hey, that's right. But I'm back.
How have you been? Where have you been?
Everywhere. I've done so much, commercials and, sponsor deals that, that I had to take care of. And I wanted to spend time with my family and with my new puppy. So, but I'm back now. I'm better than ever before. And I'm so excited for this fight in London.
Okay, so I have a lot to talk to you about. First off, like I said, you haven't fought since last February, so over a year. No injuries, nothing? Did you just take a break? Why has it been so long since you last fought?
I knew that I can get better if I just train and focus on training, don't, rush. And I wasn't in a hurry. I had, my life was good. And I just wanted to spend time more in the gym and be ready when I fight next time. And I knew there are, areas in my fighting style where I need to get better. And so I wanted to focus on those things. So now I feel ready.
And then I noticed, like, when I was trying to track you down and get you on the show, all of a sudden I realized, like, oh, Makwan doesn't follow me anymore. Oh, I'm not going to take it personal. But then I noticed you only follow 8 people, and it's kind of strategic. Your SBG coach, John Kavanagh, Connor, UFC. It seemed like you just kind of sort of like started fresh on social media. Was there a reason why you did that, where you kind of like cut everything out?
Not really. I'm going to add you now. But,
no, I'm not trying to ask you to add, but I just noticed you unfollowed a lot of people, and sometimes people like to start fresh. I don't know.
Well, of course I love UFC and I love to watch the fights, but I want to focus on my own life more than other people's. Of course, exciting fights, then I will go and search how the fighters that the upcoming fights, how the fighters they take this fight, what they think of it, and in that moment I'm gonna go and follow the people. But otherwise, I'm not using Twitter that much. More on Instagram and more on Facebook. It's not like I don't want to follow anybody. I think that the only people that affect my life, I follow those people.
Mm-hmm. You've been training at SBG, correct? You're still a part of that team.
Yes.
How's that going? Are you happy there?
I'm happy. There's a lot of guys, fighting featherweight and lightweight, so it's a good place to train and don't need to worry about who is in the gym, because there's a bunch of guys every time when you step into that gym. So and the coach is perfect. I love the way that John teaches us. He's one of the best coaches that I've met in my life. So,
do you ever get to spar or train with Conor McGregor? Is he there?
When he had a fight against Diaz, the second fight, in that moment I was there.
Okay.
Because I had pretty familiar style with Diaz, so that's why they asked me to come and help, and I was there for Conor.
I must say, and correct me if I'm wrong here, just talking to you now and listening to your voice, I don't know if you remember, but I think the last time you were on, you seemed like you were kind of down on MMA. You wanted to take a bit of a break, as you just alluded to, and you were looking for the new gym and just kind of trying to get back. I know you just linked up with SBG a few weeks before the Wilkinson fight, but it didn't seem like you were very happy with everything going on. Is it fair to say that things have changed, that you're in a better place now?
Yeah, I'm in a better place now. And, since the first UFC fight, actually 6 months before the first fight that I took in the UFC, I was away from my family until I left from Sweden till this day. And still, I'm like, I don't have even my own house. And it feels bad when you work a lot, but you never see the end. And, I'm a family guy. I love my family. I love my mom, my sisters. And, I want to spend time with them. But on the other hand, I want to offer them the things that I couldn't do. I want to, create a future to my kids, to my own family. And then there's this other hand that I still want to work. And I know that, every day when I go to the gym, I can get better, and I get better. And this fight in London, it will be a really short fight.
A short fight?
Yeah.
How short are we talking about?
If I could bet on my own fight, I would bet the first.
Oh, wow.
Minute.
First minute? Holy smokes. That's pretty short. Are we talking submission or knockout TKO?
I don't care. If I just see my opponent, I know that this will be short, fight. And that's why I'm, really excited, because the way Makwan was in UFC London last time, I'm much, much better fighter than I'm now. And that's why I'm so happy and excited to get back. And it doesn't matter that I was 1 year away, because I have the experience from my earlier, hobby from wrestling. So to me, that's not a problem. I'm just, more ready now than ever. And that's why I want to get back there really fast.
Is there something about Arnold Allen's game that makes you so confident?
They asked me the same question, is there any, specific game plan that you did for Arnold? And I said, I don't care who is fighting against me. Like John Kavanagh said, there can be a new opponent 2 weeks before your fight, so it doesn't matter who you fight. And I said, that's right. And to me, it doesn't matter who is going to face me on London, because I know that whoever it is, I feel bad for that guy.
How much do you know about Arnold Allen?
Well, he's a young guy who lives in England, and his record is 11-2.
I think it's 11-1 according to Sherdog, but 11-2, 11-1 is
not after Saturday.
You're right. I walked right into that one. I'm sorry. But as a young, what I like so much about this matchup is, two young guys. You guys are doing well in the UFC thus far, undefeated. Any part of him that impresses you, or not really?
Well, he's what I like about him, he doesn't give up. He's coming forward all the time, and this can be the first time that I can, really go there and give everything. Feels like I'm going to war. First time, I feel like there's a right opponent that doesn't back up. He is coming always forward, and that's why I'm so happy, because, my earlier fights, when they have been, short, and people then talk about that, my opponents, they are, shitty, but I just make them look like that. It's not about that. But this time they know that this opponent is like in Finland, a lot of people say that I would lose this fight, and
wow,
but they don't know me.
people in Finland are saying that you're going to lose this fight. Where's the support?
I don't know, but I don't really care because now when you have been, famous in your own country, you start to realize that people, they can be on your side, they can be your fans at one time, and as soon as you're away for a while, then they start to, talk shit about you, that you don't fight anymore, you're going to lose because you have been 1 year away and blah, blah, blah. But
Wow.
Stuff like that. But, I have my support, of course. There is a few people who thinks like that, but there's 5 million behind me in Finland. Then I have this other country called Kurdistan. I have my own people behind me too. So there is a lot of support, and that's why I'm so happy to go there and, show the people that even from this small country, Finland, we have good fighters.
Did you miss it? You've been gone for quite some time. Did you miss fighting?
Yeah, a lot. The feeling when you win.
Yeah.
That's why I'm back.
By the way, I saw, once again on your Twitter, I saw you did this video where you were staring at people and they were laughing. It was like a staring contest outside on the street. What was that all about?
There was, just random people came there and sit, and I was just watching them in the eyes. We didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was strange because there was somebody that you didn't know, and you haven't seen him ever, and then he suddenly started to cry just from looking in your eyes. And there was one guy, I was staring at him, then he started to cry, and it made me cry. And I said, "Have you lost your father?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "Me too."
Wow.
I was like, damn. But you know what was crazy? Last week, we were grilling making some food with my family.
Uh-huh.
And suddenly I got a call. Now, my brother's wife got a call, when we were outside, and he said, "Run to our friend's house. They have a kid who is inside of that house, and there is two, grown-ass men robbing that house at that moment. And he was hiding in a closet, and he had a knife." And we were like, "Oh shit!" That the house was like 1 mile away.
Uh-huh.
And we said, if they will find this kid and he will see their faces, they will probably do something bad to him. So we went there, and we went to the back door. It was, not a huge house, so we run to the back, and they saw that we are coming to that house. They run out from that house. They came from back door, and all I see, because my brother went from the other side, and all I see, two guys from look like Russians. They were hitting on my brother, and I thought that the other guy had a knife, but it was, it was a knife, but it really looked like a knife, and I thought that they are stabbing my brother, and I said, "Fuck, I don't care. They can stab me too, but I'm gonna help my brother." So they hit me my neck, and it wasn't a knife. It was, something to open a door, a lock. And then when I realized that this guy, he didn't have a knife, I was like, he's gonna die now. And all I needed was one punch, and this fucking guy was lying on the snow, and then it was all over the news, and I took one selfie and hit it on my face.
What? This was last week?
Yeah. Yeah, and my cousin, he had a fucking baseball. He ran there, and he said, "Oh, it's over." Then he said, "Well, it's a good warm-up for London."
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Didn't you stop a...
It's not like...
You stopped a robbery, right? Like a 2 years ago or something?
Yeah, I did. That's true.
You're like a superhero. You're like a Finnish superhero.
Yeah, you know what was crazy? Then people were like, "Oh, this can't be true. This must be fake." picture must be fake. But then in Finland, it's really easy. Even you are, if somebody is coming, wants to fight against you, and if you hit him, you can get sued too, because it's like the law in Finland is shit. So then all the people were thinking that I'm gonna go to jail, but no, they were robbing another house just before this.
Whoa.
So when the police catch them, they went to jail, and then they sent them back to their own country. They were from Bosnia.
Wow. Yeah, I'm looking at the picture right now. You posted on March 4th. There's a guy on the ground. He's holding. Wow. He's with black gloves. Who's the guy holding him down? Is that your brother?
Yeah, that's my brother. But he should start MMA, because when I was looking at my brother fighting, I was like, fuck, he doesn't know how to fight.
And did you get the kid? How was he when you got to him?
Yeah. Well, then my sister's husband, he went inside, and he was yelling that now you can come outside. But he still didn't come outside. He was so scared. But when he came outside, he had this knife on his hand, and his hand was shaking so much. But there was two of them. The other guy got away, and I don't know how the police catch the other person. But yeah, this was the nice weekend. And
wow,
warm up for London.
That is unbelievable. And this made the news.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think in USA, people would understand that you protect your own house, you protect your family, your friends, the people that are close to you. But here, some people, they think that it's a wrong move. You should let them rob the house and
no way.
Let the police handle this. And it's not, your business and why you hit the other person. When I say that my brother wasn't there, I would kill that person. He was the one who said, calm down.
Wow. What a story. You have no fear. I would run away just out of fear. I mean, I'd want to help, but I don't have that in me,
Yeah, but when you see it's your own brother, of course, then
it's
another thing. But if you see two persons robbing a house, then you have insurance and stuff, then you can just walk away and let the police handle it. But when you see your brother and you think that they are stabbing him, no, I'd rather die than walk away. But this is not normal in Finland. It's really safe here and unusual that shit like this happened. But I think that it was a bad day in the office for those two guys.
How is your mom, by the way? How's she doing?
My mom. Oh, she's so happy. She said the first time she said, I'm not even nervous. I was like, okay. What is that? She said, you haven't been this, ready ever. You have done everything so right. You was in Dublin all alone. You was 2 months in a hotel. Didn't spend time with nobody. You just did your training. You ate well, and you were sleeping. So he expects a lot, but he should.
Is she going to the fight?
Yeah, of course.
Is she?
When I was fighting in my own hometown, it was like I took my first pro fight, and it was in my hometown, and nobody came to watch. Not even my own family.
Wow.
Only my mom was there. And now when it's in London and everybody's flying over, it feels so good. Like, it affects a lot of people. It's not just about me. It's making my family proud. Of course, when you are a foreign in another country, you make, the other foreigners looks good in Finland, especially when there has been this, what they call it is refugees.
Yeah.
And they have a, bad. Of course, everybody's searching for a better life. I was a refugee myself, and I made it. So I understand that, you are looking for a better life as everybody. And some people, they just want to protect their own land. And that's why most of the Finnish people, they are afraid of this, because suddenly you have like 80,000 refugees in your country, and then things start to happen. Then they blame everybody, and it's nice to make them look good in every way, and it makes their life easier. So I have a lot of responsibilities now.
One of my favorite stories is you buying your mom that bed after your first bonus check. Is she still using the same bed, or did she upgrade?
No, she's using the same bed, but do you know what I did? I bought my own house.
Oh, wow.
My mom is moving there too. So we are there is an old house, but we are taking it away, and we're gonna build a big one with own yard and everything.
That is amazing.
So,
congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, I got to say, Makwan, it was great to catch up again. It's great to hear your voice. I'm sorry that we don't see you this time on Skype, but I've missed you, and I'm very happy to see you back. I'm happy to see that and hear, of course, that you're in a good place. Thank you for protecting the citizens of Finland. And I wish you nothing but the best on Saturday. It's good to catch up again, and we'll talk soon. I wish you the best in this fight. This is a great fight.
Soon, definitely. After London,
yes,
call me again, and
okay.
You're gonna say you were right.
I look forward to it. A first-minute victory for Makwan. He predicts it. Thank you, Makwan. All the best to you. There he is, Makwan Amirkhani, Mr. Finland, predicts a first-minute victory over Arnold Allen this Saturday, UFC Fight Night London. How about that? No shortage of confidence in that man. Great story. Stopping a robbery? That's unbelievable. All right, let us move along. Last week, we talked to him. Some stuff has happened since, and I thought it was very important to catch up with Tony Ferguson. He is kind enough to join us for the second straight week. He is joining us on the phone right now. Tony, how are you? Okay, we're about to get Tony. Sorry, I thought we had him, but then we lost him. But we'll get him back in a second. So as I mentioned, it's been an interesting road for one Tony Ferguson. El Kukui was supposed to fight Khabib Nurmagomedov at UFC 209. That fight didn't happen. You know the story by now. He joined us last Monday, and as I said, some stuff has happened. Wanted to catch up. Want to see where he's at now. Everyone wondering what's next, how he's being treated. Everyone worried. So let's talk to him. He is on the phone, I do believe. Tony Ferguson, are you there?
Yes, I am. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Tony. Good to talk to you again. I appreciate you coming on for the second straight week now. How would you characterize the past week for you? Ever since you've been vocal, you've done some interviews, you've kind of you put it all out there. You've worn your emotions on your sleeve. How has the past week been? Since coming back home from Vegas.
I got fat. I put on a lot of weight. Straight up, I put probably maybe 25, 30 pounds, easy. So just relax a little bit, enjoy the Papa life. It is what it is, man. I'm a professional, so I'm going to try to move on from this. Try to offer Khabib a chance to come back at it and see where his decision is. But I don't think he's doing too good right now. So I'm not sure who's next, man. Been kind of throwing it around the bush, and I'm ready, bro. My body doesn't know anything different but to fight right now. So that's what I want. That's what I would like to do. I would like to fight real soon, especially to unify the belt, especially for the belt. I'm just throwing a name out there, but I think Nate Diaz and myself could actually put on a good show. I think his ranking is kind of bullshit too, but I don't really see anybody else. I mean, Edson Barbosa called me out, but it is what it is. Everything's in the air right now. But I want to fight for the title, Ariel. I want a fair fight. I want to go in there and I want to kick this dude's ass no matter who signs up on the dotted line, and fucking move on and kick Connor's ass if he's not here yet. So I don't know what he's up to, but let's just go.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there. First things first, as far as Khabib is concerned, are you moving on? Are you done with him?
Of course not.
Okay.
Khabib 4 would be absolutely crazy, but like I said, there would have to be some things pretty secure if he doesn't show up or he doesn't make weight.
Yeah.
I still would like to get my pay. That would be beautiful just to be able to get my pay and then his show money, which would be great because this would be the fourth time. and then he would have to take a loss. This is a profession that we're in. I think that would not too much to ask. I think if he were to agree on it, I think he would have a hard time cutting weight. So he needs to hire a dietitian or somebody to like make his meals or do something. You can't blame it on the sweets or nothing. I mean, whatever. But he should have made weight. He had plenty of time to do it. A little disappointed, but you kind of move on from it. It is what it is.
Okay, so then you mentioned Nate Diaz, and you took the question out of my mouth because on various shows that I do, I've said that I think there's only two fights that make sense for you right now, Khabib or Nate Diaz. And I would argue, not taking anything away from Khabib, just as far as, buzz is concerned, just considering who Nate is, I would argue the Nate Diaz fight is a bigger fight that would, sell more pay-per-views and things like that. And I said, maybe for that July pay-per-view, they're looking for some big fights for that one. It sounds to me, just because you brought it up first, you're interested in this fight.
Just because he's a decent striker. I mean, I haven't had a knockout in a long time. I'm not trying to call it a shot for a knockout, but I think my boxing is a little bit better than his. It is what it is. I think my stand-up is a lot better, but it's not a boxing match. This is MMA. And I'm just starting to mix it up with some takedowns, some cool stuff that I think you saw at the open workouts. I call it the specialist, like a cool little duck under the scissor takedown. Dope move, dude. And I'm just starting to learn the ankle lock game, which is crazy. Props to 10 Planet Jiu-Jitsu, Eddie Bravo, for helping me out for that. Dude doesn't get too much props, but he's all about stretching, stretch, and rest. And I'm like, oh, man, okay. But it's cool because I get to mix it all in with my boxing. I'm working in some new angles. I'm working in some new stuff. I'm moving my head with my feet. I get excited about it because I put a lot of work in there. Now with an opponent, all right, so let's just say I want to fight Edson Barbosa again. Let's just say something like that. What would that do for me? Absolutely nothing. Michael Johnson, possibly. But I'm not going that far down the rankings. The purpose is I've worked my ass off to get up to here. I need to do something about that belt. Let's get that belt. Let's get that something, and let's keep moving up these ranks. Because with Khabib at number 2 or number 1, I don't know what that needs to change. That has to change.
Why do you think that Nate's ranking is bullshit, by the way?
I don't know. What's the rankings? Read them off real quick. What's the rankings? Start from 1.
The official UFC rankings, they have Khabib at 1, you at 2, Eddie Alvarez at 3, RDA at 4, Barbosa at 5, Johnson at 6, Chiesa at 7, and Diaz at 8.
Okay, what about Chiesa?
Yeah.
He called me out too. I can't. Yeah. he backed out of that fight too, and I took one in South Dakota.
Yeah.
I just don't see that fight doing anything for me. So I mean, Nate's one of the dudes that I think honestly could challenge my talents right now. I mean, he's a good fighter, man. But I mean, black belt level jiu-jitsu, respect that. I'm brown belt as far as Eddie's system goes, and then my own system, I'm a black belt my own system. So this is something that I've been doing for a long time. So it's an octagon, dude. It's not a mat, and I got to remember that.
Mm-hmm. In the past week, did the UFC try to rebook you in any other fight?
Well, just with Michael Johnson, that's about it. I mean, other than that, I wasn't interested in it. I wanted the belt. I trained real hard for a 5-round fight. I didn't want to go back down to 3. Felt like I was just cutting myself dry. So it's like, come on.
Which card would that have been on?
That was immediate, but I haven't had anything after that, except for that Michael Johnson fight.
I was told that they were considering maybe Eddie Alvarez, maybe Khabib, but it never got to you because Eddie wanted to stay on the Dallas card. This was for Buffalo, and Khabib was too soon. Did you hear any of that?
Not really. I heard we offered Khabib the fight.
Yeah.
Or we offered the Khabib fight, something like that. And I just said, whatever, dude. I was like, I just really just approached it like, all right, cool, whatever. I was like, if it's real, then it's real. But it was like, you got to take the fight, I don't have a problem going up to 170. For myself, I mean, I've won Ultimate Fighter at 170, and I got the frame for it. I can build up on it, so I'm not afraid for that, So.
But you're doing so well at 155. Why mix it up?
I don't know. I'm running out of people to fight.
Okay, and then Michael Chiesa has been very vocal about wanting to fight you, but you're not interested.
No, man, come on. No way, dude. I didn't know I'll smash him. So nothing against him, but no.
Can you clear up the?
Did the people a favor by fighting Landon that one time?
Yeah.
But you know, it is what it is. You got to stay sharp in this game. You can't let anybody catch you. So I'm ready, dude. Like, but give me a top level quality fighter like Nate. Nate says he doesn't. I don't like have matches level. I'm like, bro, come on, man. Don't talk to me like that. Let's say, come on, let's go skill for skill. I'll go toe to toe. I bet you I'll pick them apart. Ankle pick too.
Do you feel like, other than fighting Connor, Nate is the biggest fight that you can get right now?
Well, I don't know. It's like what I don't want to be doing like an office space where it's like you only want to work as hard as the work that's given to you. Like I want a good quality fight. I want to train for somebody that's going to train for me.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Can you clear up the pay situation? Did you actually get anything from the UFC?
Did I what?
Did you get anything from the UFC for your 209 troubles?
Well, I did get something, but it wasn't what I wanted. How about that?
Okay. Are you, because there's been a lot of, numbers thrown around. Are you able to say what you got, or at least what, percentage of what you were supposed to get?
It wasn't my show money, put it that way.
Okay.
And it was less than half. I was pretty upset, but I just had to clear it because, in MMA Junkie, they said I showed up for, $250K, and I'm like, no way, bro. I was like, no.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
I just read an article that somebody said that I showed up for, like, my actual show money.
Yeah.
So, no, it wasn't that.
Okay. It wasn't 250. Were you told that you were going to get that?
I wasn't told anything, dude. I was told about 100K, dude. And literally I was like, all right, cool, whatever. Or I was like, but come on, give me something else.
And since you've been vocal about it, has anything changed?
Nope.
Have you talked?
I'm just sitting here working hard, and now I'm here working hard. I'm sitting here trying to enjoy life. And the hardest thing is I don't have an opponent.
Yeah. That's
the hardest part. I have Khabib, who might retire. I wish him the best luck, but if it really is that bad, then don't be a punk. Just go. I accept your apology. Let's move on. But if you're playing the game, dude, let's go. Come on. I'm trying to save face and whatever. But I respect it either way. And we just need to fight, dude. The fans want to see me fight. I want to see me fight. I think the fans want to see it better. More. So, I mean, honestly, I bet you put me up on a pay-per-view card right now, they're going to be like buying the fight like crazy.
In a weird way, do you feel like all of this has upped your profile, has made you more popular?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I feel like it has.
I think it's cool. I'm just going to keep working hard, try to stay humble, and keep my chin down, dude, and just keep my hands up. Just bam, bam, just start throwing them, bro. Really just keep sharp in camp and just really try to up the game, up the strength department, obviously, and try to pursue fitness anywhere I can go.
This whole situation, as far as like Khabib pulling out and then the Michael Johnson offer and then what you got paid after the fact, has this changed your approach to your career? In other words, were you one of those guys who was like, I'm a soldier, I'm a team guy, this and that, but now you realize that, it's not quite like that? Are you going to be a little different as far as the way you handle business with the UFC?
No, I have great management, which I trust in. I have to trust the process. It's a marathon, not a sprint. It's a slow process, and that's how I've been taking it the whole entire way. I don't see a problem in it by changing anything that's not broken. And that's the same thing I'm going to keep doing in my game. I'm going to keep opening it up. Maybe I'll throw in like a running hurricanrana in there somewhere. Maybe you guys will see that.
Since you've been, because, something that happens often is that, someone goes out, does an interview, talks about being unhappy about something, and then you'll get a call from the UFC. They'll try to rectify it and, kind of move backwards like that. Has anyone tried to reach out to you to try to at least, get in your good graces, talk to you about the situation, rectify the situation from your vantage point? Has there been any contact as far as you are concerned with the UFC since you spoke to MMA Junkie and other outlets last week about your pay and being unhappy with it?
Wait, say that again?
I'm wondering if anyone has reached out to you to talk to you about why they're giving you, less than half of your show, why they went that route. Just explain to make you happy as much as possible. Has there been any communication between you and the UFC since you talked about it last week?
No, No, and honestly, I haven't. Honestly, they moved forward with it. I believe the same way with myself.
Okay.
I mean, it's hard to go backwards. It's really hard to go backwards. I honestly feel like I should be moving forward, just like the rankings. I should be moving just like up a little bit.
Yeah.
I think I was ready for a round 5 fight, but Michael Johnson, I felt like I was going backwards. In this business, I'm here for my wins and my victories and to support my family and just to keep doing what I'm doing, dude. And now is the difference between myself and the rest of the athletes that are on the table. So here I am now waiting for somebody to step up to sign on the dotted line for the interim title belt, which would be beautiful on my wall, by the way.
Is it fair to say that you're not going to fight a non-title fight next? It has to be either interim or the real belt?
Well, why not? I mean, literally, I was just fighting for the belt.
Sure.
I mean, I feel like I'm a legit contender. I got 9 wins in a row. I got X amount of performance victories. I mean, really, I've been putting in some work. I feel like I deserve it.
Yeah.
What am I going to do? It's just I'm going to keep trashing, boom, boom, bang through these dudes, man, and just keep knocking them out and finish them. I've had it in my head that I need a knockout. So if you guys want to see somebody get knocked out, let's go.
By the way, just out of curiosity, how much weight did you gain in the past week? I want to know like what a fighter can put on.
Literally, probably, like, I put on a hefty amount. I put on some good food, like weight, man. My wife's like, "Oh, I love you at this weight." I'm like, "All right, cool." I'm happier, obviously. I'm not cutting weight. It's beautiful, dude. I get to enjoy some cereal bowls again. You know, it's nice to be able to like live a relaxed life for a second.
So I'm
probably like maybe 25, 30 pounds.
Wow.
Like, probably like 30 pounds.
Holy smokes, that's unbelievable. And you still probably look shredded.
I feel amazing. I feel like doing backflips right now and landing on my back. I'm fat.
What's the worst thing that you eat? Like, what's your favorite worst thing?
Favorite worst thing? Probably pizza.
Pizza? That's the worst one? Holy smokes. I am screwed.
Pizzas and pastas. I'll eat a whole pizza is good. Boom.
That's the worst thing? That's like my best thing.
Probably. I don't eat too bad. I mean, I can go bad, but like I usually eat pretty bad all the time. No, I'm just kidding. I eat really good when it comes to fight time. A lot of shakes. My sponsors, Garden of Life, they take real good care of me. They have a lot of plant-based stuff, so I get to mix it in, and it really helps with my diet. Like if I eat like all at once, I'm gonna get full. So if I eat like sparingly throughout the day, like I eat a couple small meals, it helps with my like metabolism. It just keeps it going, keeps it hungry. And I always leave the table hungry, which helps.
Okay.
I've always learned that from wrestling. Just some advice for it could be just leave the table hungry, man. Don't eat your dessert first. Don't eat dessert. It's just cut weight the right way.
So just to be clear, the fight that I think is the best, like one of the best fights UFC could put on, regardless of division, is you versus Khabib. But just because we're up against the clock as far as Ramadan is concerned and his health situation, I was trying to figure out what's next for you. So to be as blunt as possible, do you like this idea, this July idea of fighting Nate Diaz, or do you feel like you want to fight earlier? You don't want to wait that long. You don't care about the stage. You just want to be active.
July's tight. I like July.
Oh,
that's for a belt. Let's do this. I mean, really, it is. If we can do this sooner,
yeah,
it'd be dope. But you name the place, name the time, and I'll be right there, and I'll knock the guy out, bro. It's what I do, and I've been pursuing that perfection, literally. And I think whoever signs is gonna have their hands full. It'll be cool.
And the reason, by the way, I'm throwing out July is only because I'm looking at the calendar. April is booked, May is booked. I don't think you're going to Rio, and then the next one is July. That's why.
Oh, sounds good.
Bang.
Let's go. Let's dance, Nate. Let's go. Let's do this.
What's the message to Nate?
Let's go, man. I want to go toe to toe. You think you're good? You think you're bad? You think you say, "Don't be scared, homie. I'm standing right here." Live what you say.
I kind of feel like this is the fight that gets you to Conor.
Well, I do ain't gonna fight me directly. He needs somebody to be like, "Oh no, I'm gonna fucking do shit."
Right.
I'm not fuck them every time. Whatever. I can go on, but I don't. It's not my bag in that one. Conor knows exactly what he's up against, and he knows I'm a force to be reckoned with, and he can't talk his way through this one. And same thing with Nate. It's a different scale with me. So.
By the way, do you think he has a chance against Floyd? Do you think Conor has a chance against Floyd?
No fucking no way. Floyd's just a different animal.
Right. But do you blame him for trying to get it, given the payday? Do you begrudge him?
No, I mean, if he's all about business and being a punk, you need to vacate that belt.
Hmm.
But I don't know. You want to box? Let's go. I'll box you.
That could be the tune-up fight, you know, like the fight that gets him, the winner gets Floyd.
Dude, that dude would get eaten up on his feet.
Even in boxing, straight up boxing.
Oh, yeah. And straight up boxing.
Well, this is great stuff. All right. I feel like we're getting somewhere here. I feel like we've got some options. Let me see what I can do behind the scenes. All right.
All right.
Tony, I appreciate it. Great to catch up with you. Try not to eat too much. You know, that extra slice of pizza.
I have to go for a run or two. Yeah, I got to do a couple of exercises or something.
Well, hang in there. And, for whatever it's worth, I appreciate your honesty in coming out and just explaining the whole situation, because I know a lot of people try to not do that for whatever reason. But, we thank you for shedding some light on the situation. I hope it gets rectified very soon.
Thank you very much, buddy.
All right. There he is, Tony Ferguson. Stopping by. Good to talk to him. That is certainly an interesting idea. I mean, I honestly did not know that he was going to bring it up right off the bat like that, but maybe he watches the MMA Beat, as I mentioned it last week on the program. Well, one name you heard of in that interview was Michael Chiesa. You also heard us talk about him last week on the program when Eddie Alvarez was on. So I thought, you know what, maybe I should get Michael Chiesa on the show. It's been a while since we talked to him, and he joins us now via the magic of Skype from that familiar cabin of his. Michael, how are you?
Doing well. How about you, Ariel?
I'm doing great. Great to talk to you again. It has been a while. Well, let me just ask, I mean, I don't know how much you heard of that, but Ferguson heard your request to fight him, and he said, essentially, thanks, but no thanks. You had an opportunity last July. You pulled out. He doesn't want to go backwards. What's your response to him?
Well, I mean, it's kind of hypocritical. You know what I mean? Like, he's pulled out of a fight before, and, and what did he do? He went back and tried to get the rematch with Khabib. I don't see why it would be out of the norm of a possibility for me to do the same thing. I had a ruptured disc. I wasn't sick in the hospital with the flu or whatever the hell he had. I had a disc bulging out of my spine. You know what I mean? Like, there's a real big difference, man. And, if he doesn't want none, then whatever, man. Like, what's with these guys that are ranked higher than me asking for fights with guys ranked lower than me? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, I understand, like, look, Nate's a money fight at this point. Nate's a money fighter. He's a pay-per-view draw. Like, Tony, you're not a pay-per-view draw. You're not going to get a fight with Nate. Let's run it back. I'm not speaking illogically. All these matchups I ask for, they make sense. I don't see why, big deal, dude. I ruptured a disc. I rehabbed. I'm back. Maybe it's because he ran into me at 209 and saw how much bigger I am, and probably maybe feels like he dodged a bullet and he wants to move on. Who knows, man?
So you actually spoke to each other at 209?
I had to go up and shake his hand and size him up a little bit, but I felt bad for him, So I went up and just said, tough break. I'm sorry, but I don't know what to do, man. I can't force these guys to fight me. But if they're gonna keep asking for fights with guys ranked lower than me, what am I supposed to do? Start losing fights and looking like a chump? Like, come on, man. You want to be the best in the world? You want to win a belt? Well, then go through me. I'm ranked higher than the guy you're asking for. It's just logical.
When you saw him, by the way, did you float the idea of you guys fighting?
No, I just, that's not the time or the place, man.
I agree.
I'm not that guy.
I agree.
I mean, like, as of late, I've been kind of coming off a little bit disrespectful, but there's just a lot of frustration with just how things are going. Me trying to get the matchups that make sense for me in my career, and these guys just finding excuses not to. Like, I don't know.
And by the way, for the record, how are you feeling now? Like, are you ready to return?
Yeah, absolutely. If it were up to me, I'd like to headline a card in like May or June. I'm headed out to Vegas right when I get off the Skype interview with you, and I'm gonna head down there and get some training in. And the wheels are in motion for me to come back.
Okay.
And there's no better time than now. It's gotten to the point where there's been some offers for guys that are ranked lower than me, and they're all really tough guys. I feel like they're all just as tough as the guys that I'm trying to fight. At 155, it's pretty. The playing field's somewhat even. You know what I mean? In regardless of the ranks, but I'm ready to come back. I just want the fight that makes sense, and I'm willing to wait for it.
Where are you going to train in Vegas?
I'll go back to Syndicate.
Okay.
That's my home gym down there, and I'll only be there for like 4 days, but just going down there, I just want to see the guys and get some rounds in, get some work in, and then I'll come back home and I'm just going to start bouncing my time back and forth. And, you know, it's just kind of like the way of the warrior. You know what I mean? Go where you got to get the work in.
So last week, your name came up because I had Eddie Alvarez on the show, and he mentioned that you were on the table. Dustin Poirier was on the table for him at 211. Ultimately, the Poirier fight was booked, but it was interesting because he wouldn't say you by name. He said that Ultimate Fighter guy, and so I asked him, you know, are you talking about Michael Chiesa? And it just seemed like he wasn't all that interested. Like he completely dismissed you. And then I saw your tweets to him afterwards. I mean, why do you think he approached the topic of you like that? And did you feel at all disrespected by him?
You know, at first I felt disrespected, and I was like, I don't know why am I being such a puss about it? You know what I mean? A former world champion is avoiding me. He's ducking me. You know what I mean? And that's just the way it looked like to me. That's what the way it sounded. I mean, you're like, oh, it's some Ultimate Fighter guy. And you're like, oh, Michael Chiesa. He's like, yeah, him. Like, okay, so you do know my name. Why are you acting like you don't know who I am? You know what I mean? And then you're talking about how a fight with me is a step in the wrong direction, but you want to fight Poirier. And Poirier is tough, don't get me wrong, but I'm ranked 2 spots higher than him. I'm ranked 7th in the world right now, okay? Like, how am I a backward step? You know, what? Because Dustin's got a bigger Twitter following? Like, what's that have to do with anything? You want to get the belt back, you got to go through me. And you know what sucks is, even if he beats Poirier, there's a chance he's still going to have to fight me. Because guess what? You're not going to go from 10 and just jump back into a title fight. Like,
Right.
Chances are that little turd's going to have to fight me. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So, you know, may the best man win in Dallas. But, you know, I'm still here. I'm training. And, you know, the longer these guys wait, the better I'm getting. Every fight that I come out, I compete hard, and I'm improving. You know what I mean? Every fight I look better and better. I'm not the same guy out there, you know? So it's like, you're only giving me more time to get better, which means you're only making the odds worse for yourself.
I remember being in Tampa last April. Phenomenal win for you, especially considering the fact that you had to go to the bathroom in the middle of the way. I still remember that vividly and sympathize with it greatly. And then you got, you know, I know it was a little sooner than you wanted, but you got the fight that you were looking for against Tony, main event fight on FS1. And then, of course, you had to pull out. And now we are approaching almost a year since your last fight. Has it been, I don't know, I guess frustrating for, you know, that's the word that comes to mind, just to see the division evolve and you kind of become, you know, out of sight, out of mind. People don't talk about you as much, you know, they don't know about how you're feeling, things like that. Has it been tough as you were really, I mean, I felt like you were just like almost 1 or 2 away from really being in that conversation, maybe even 1, and then you take this extended break due to a serious injury. How have you coped with it?
You know, at first it was pretty tough. You know, that would have been my 3rd fight in 7 months. We're talking 3 8-week camps in a 7-month period. You know, that's just part of the game. You know what I mean? You run your body that hard, and things like that are going to happen. And you know, I was really down about it for a couple months, but you know, once I started to get better and my back was better, and I was able to start getting back to training, it's just you know, you got to look at the grass. You know, the glass is half full. You know what I mean? Like at least like the UFC was still promoting me. They're still sending me to events.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, they're still keeping me out there. So it's like, you know, it would have been more frustrating if I was just sitting around doing nothing. I'm still getting out in front of the fans, getting the opportunity to do things and travel and you know, speak to people about how my recovery is going. But there is no more recovery. I'm back. So it's time to start making some waves and get myself a fight. I got the itch to compete, man. It's it feels so good to just have that rush again. Like I'm like, feel like I'm spring loaded to just kick someone's butt. So I'm just eager to come back. And, you know, I'm just glad that the dark days are behind me for sure.
Ruptured disc. That, I mean, obviously a very serious thing, especially for a fighter. What was the rehab process? You didn't have to have surgery, right?
No, I mean, they wanted to do a surgery. I saw 2 specialists and they all kind of said the same thing. And I had talked to a lot of people that had that same surgery, and they kind of just told me not. They're like, don't do it. It didn't really help. You know what I mean? They wish that they would have went, you know, with like alternative treatment, you know? So I did a lot of physical therapy, a lot of pool therapy. I did a lot of things involving aquatics to get my body moving and keep the weight off it. So just a lot of that and rest. And, you know, I was back to light training in 8 weeks, you know,
Oh, wow.
and now I'm starting to incorporate yoga into my regimen and stuff. So, at some point I probably will have to have back surgery, but I'm just not going to do it while I'm in the prime of my career.
One thing that I mentioned at the top of the show was I feel in particular for the middleweights and lightweights these days, because, the situation at 155 with Conor going out and trying to get this Floyd fight. And then you have the situation at 185 where they make this GSP fight, and I get it. But if you're a guy who's 1 or 2 wins away from, really knocking on that title shot door as you are, I feel like it's kind of tough to, not stay motivated because you're making a living, you're fighting, you're being active, you're doing what you love. But like that direct path is not really quite clear these days, in particular in those 2 divisions. As someone who's in that situation, do you agree with that assessment? Like, it's just a little weird. Before it was like, okay, I fight this guy, then I'll get to this guy, and then I'll fight for the belt. Now it's like it's very confusing as you get on.
Yeah, the problem is it can be very disheartening. You know what I mean? It's the fans are starting to catch on. When they announced the GSP Bisping fight, there was a lot of people that are like, what the heck is this? People are starting to catch on to, the rankings really not meaning anything in kind of in the grand scheme of things, the way the landscape of the UFC is right now. That's kind of the situation. They need to make big money fights, and and I understand why, but I'm not gonna. That doesn't mean that just because I feel like the rankings don't matter, that doesn't mean I'm going to start fighting guys that aren't ranked and just be like, screw it.
Yeah.
I'm just, disregard the idea of fighting the best guys in the world. Someday I will be a world champion, and it will be in the UFC. I know it deep down in my guts, 100%. So, at the end of the day, I want to fight the best in the world. That's what I'm here to do. That's what I dream of doing, is being the best in the world at something. So even though the way that these fights are panning out at 155 with, Conor leaping around and doing his thing, I'm still going to strive to fight the best guys. I'm still going to push to fight guys that are former world champions. I'm going to push for that Ferguson fight. I want to headline a card against him. I want it to be for the interim title. I'm on a 3-fight win streak. Like, let's do this. Let's do this in June. I want to fight the best guys, but I'm not going to let these things I can't control get to me. I'm just going to keep doing what I do. I'm going to win fights. I'm going to beat the best guys to where I have to force their hand. You know what I mean? That's really what you have to do. And that's your best shot at getting what you want at this point in time.
So is it fair to say that that's, the number one goal for you, that Ferguson main event interim title fight, is that the one, like if you had your way, they say, okay, what do you want, Mike? That's the one. That's the scenario you want.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And to me, it makes sense. I don't see why it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? I'm on a win streak. We were supposed to fight. There is some history. You know what I mean? Like, let's run it back. You can't sit there and say I pulled out of a fight. Like, I wasn't ducking you, bro. Like, I couldn't walk for almost 2 weeks. Couldn't even get off my couch. Like, you were laying in a hospital with the flu. Come on, man. Like, it just shut up and fight. Nate's not going to fight you. Nate's going to fight the trilogy fight with Conor, and he deserves that. He's not going to. Nate's a money fight now, and Nate's a badass fighter. Like, but that's just never going to happen. But it's just kind of hypocritical for him to say those kinds of things. So we have a storyline.
Yeah,
we're supposed to fight. It didn't happen. It's supposed to be a main event. Well, guess what? Let's up the stakes. Let's put 12 pounds of gold on the line. You want to be a champion? Maybe it should go through me.
This past weekend, Edson Barbosa beat a guy that you know about, Beneil Dariush. Someone threw out to me, I believe it was Mike Rhodes, the former UFC fighter. What about Michael Chiesa next for Barbosa? I said, I love that idea. What do you think of it? If not Ferguson,
Barbosa,
of course.
then it's got to be a title eliminator. You know what I mean? Like that's if he's ranked higher than me. He looked pretty good. I felt like Beneil looked great. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He just made a mistake and got caught. Barbosa's a badass fighter, and I entertain the idea of a Barbosa fight as long as it's a title eliminator. You know what I mean?
It has to be the winner is getting a title shot.
Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, we're the only 2 guys outside of Khabib and Tony that are in the top 10 that are on a win streak. You know what I mean? It's all about, logistics and what makes sense. You know what I mean? So that's the only way it would happen. And, I welcome that idea. Absolutely.
Okay.
My focus has been so set on Tony.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Before the whole thing happened with him having to pull out of the fight, I was focused on Eddie. really thought that fight was going to happen. And once that whole thing happened with him fighting in Dallas, it's like, well, I'm going to deviate my focus back to Ferguson. I'm going to try to continue where I left off. And if it doesn't happen and Barboza's the fight, then yeah, let's do it. I'm down. I can beat any of these guys. I know it 100%. I feel like I'm the best lightweight in the world. I'm the biggest lightweight in the world. And, yeah, I'm just ready to do it, man. I'm ready for greatness. And whoever I have to go through to get there, that's just what I'm going to do.
How much you weigh right now, by the way?
I'm probably like 192, 193.
Holy smokes.
But I can move it. Yeah. Ferguson gets that big though too. I've heard him say in interviews that he gets up to around 95 and stuff, but I can move the weight, you know what I mean? I gotta lay off the pasta noodles and meatballs and get back to chicken and fish and vegetables and I'll be good.
Wow. That is unbelievable. 40 pounds.
Yeah.
Wow, it's just amazing. And I would agree with you that you are biggest, tallest, one of them at least, lightweights in the division. By the way, your teammate Juliana Pena, tough loss for her not that long ago. How is she doing? And what did you see from that fight? What went wrong for her?
You know, I haven't spoke to her in a while.
Okay.
You know, I know that she moved down to Chicago, and it's, you know, my understanding, you know, she's engaged and she's happy. And
oh, wow.
The thing is, you know, she's a great fighter, man. She's going to be a world champion. She's tough as nails. And, you know, when you fight at that level, the smallest mistake will get you caught. You know, I thought she looked good. And Julie's the type of fighter where the longer the fight goes on, the better she gets. I mean, we saw that with Cat fight. We saw that with the Jessica I fight. So I feel like the longer that fight went on, the more it would have favored her. It's just unfortunate she got caught. I know she trains hard. She's in good hands. And, you know, I wish her the best. And, yeah, she's on to great things. She just needs to get this loss behind her, get a win under her belt, and just get back to what she does. That's kicking butt.
So is she not a part of the team anymore?
No, she's still a part of the team. She is. It's just, you know, she works with Luis Claudio down there, and they had they really clicked in terms of training. I know that she's going to come back when she has to do a camp. She's going to come back here to Spokane and spend some time with us at Sick Jitsu and with, you know, Coach Rick Little and stuff. So,
yeah.
You know, it's just, you know, she's still a part of the team. She always will be. She helped found this team. You know what I mean? Her and she started training with us like a month or two after I did back in 2008. You know what I mean? She helped build this house. You know what I mean? So, yeah, she's definitely still part of the team.
Speaking of houses, how's the Dream House doing? Is it treating you well? You happy with it?
Oh. The Chiesa dojo is doing great. Unfortunately, winter's leaving me. I love seeing snow on top of the roof of my house, and it's beautiful out here. But you know, I got some new projects coming up, and you know, it's just a work in progress. But love it, man. Love it here. It's great to be out here in the woods and living in my little log cabin. We call it the Chiesa dojo, so it's you got the BMF ranch. Now you got the Chiesa.
How far away is your neighbor? Like your closest neighbor? How far away?
I got about 5 acres. So
wow.
I'd say on the north side of my house, probably about an acre away. And then I have one neighbor that's kind of close, probably like 150 feet, but we have like a huge patch of trees in between us.
Okay.
So, you know, they're kind of close, but you know, we got a big row of pine trees that kind of block them out. So I don't have a curtain. The only curtains in my house are in my room. So it's just wide open. Like there's no privacy here, just the way I like it.
It's not lonely out there for you?
No, it's not. You know, I mean, I'm not far from town. I mean, it's I like being out here. You know what I mean? I got some pet turkeys. I got some deer. I got some animals to kick it with. But you know, I don't get lonely out here. I like being by myself. It's nice. If you think about this, you live with a roommate. There's those days you're like, God, I just want this place to myself.
Yeah.
You can't really tell the person you live with to leave. You know what I mean? I need my house, but it's like, you know, I'm by myself. And if I want to kick it with one of my friends or somebody, you know, I can just call them and bring them on over. And I'd rather have things be that way than feel like confined to my own space. You know what I mean?
All right. I respect it. I like to be alone as well. Just curious. Just looking out for you, Michael. That's all.
Hey, if you ever want to come hang out, man, you can come keep me company. Fly on out.
Thank you.
Get you out here. I got some good stuff.
Okay, I'll bring my 3 kids. We'll have a blast. Then you'll want us to leave in an hour. Well, I appreciate.
I'll meet Uncle.
Yeah, and you look so lovable and cuddly with that beard. You're like, I mean, I just wanna squeeze that thing. It's amazing. I wish you the best, Michael. I appreciate you coming on and you know, sharing your thoughts and speaking your mind. And I hope you get the fight that, that you're looking for. I hope you get the opportunity that you're looking for. And above all, I'm happy to hear that you're healthy, because I know how big that opportunity was for you last year. And I know people have forgotten, but that win over Dariush, that was amazing stuff. That was truly, truly special stuff. And that got you to that big fight. So let's not forget about Mr. Michael Chiesa. Great stuff, Mike. Safe travels over to Vegas, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate having me on. I want to say I love my mom. Thank you, Daniel Rubenstein, best manager in the business.
Oh, come on.
He has 1, 2, 3, and 5.
Oh, come on. Daniel, don't get me started on him, how he botched that Mackenzie Dern. Maybe I'll tell that story later on in the day. But everything you said, except for the Danny part, I agree wholeheartedly. Say hello to your mom for me.
Thank you.
All right, there he is. Michael Chiesa stopping by. Danny Rubenstein, this guy is something else. You talk about botching a story of epic proportions. Unbelievable, the whole Mackenzie Dern situation, which I tweeted about a little bit last week. Maybe I'll get into it at the end of the show, but we don't have time for that right now. Great stuff from Michael Chiesa. An interesting scenario playing out in front of our eyes at 155. We'll see how it all plays out. All right, let us move along. Just a couple of weeks ago, around the time that we found out actually about the GSP Bisping fight, we also found out that Misha Cirkunov was back in the UFC. And if you'll recall, had that massive win in Toronto. The crowd erupted for him. They went nuts for him. Of course, from Latvia, now living in Toronto. It appeared as though he was that guy at 205 that we had been waiting for, future star, future contender, potential future champion, all very exciting stuff. And then we heard that there were some failed contract negotiations and that the UFC was going to part ways with him. And it all didn't make any sense. For a while, I wanted to get him on the program, but I understand he had to figure out that situation. Happy to hear that he is back. And just this morning, TSN reported out in Toronto that he'll be returning in Stockholm May 28th against Volkan Ozdemir of Switzerland, who had that win over OSP back in Houston last month, the Fight Night show. So great time to talk to Misha Cirkunov himself. He joins us on the phone for the first time on this show. Misha, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thanks for having me.
A pleasure. I've been wanting to have you on the show for a while now. As you know, happy that you're on now. So there's a lot to discuss with you. Let's actually move backwards. When you won against Nikita Krylov in Toronto, were you confident? Okay, you win that fight. Were you confident that everything was going to work out, or were you expecting, some negotiations? It was going to be a roller coaster. What were you thinking was going to happen?
I kind of wasn't really sure what to expect. I just knew that my fight contract is up, and I just have to get a new one, and I knew I have to negotiate and all that. It's just the thing is I also don't have a manager, so I was kind of trying to do everything myself. So that's why maybe it took a little bit of time, but it only took us like 3 weeks, and we worked things out, and I got the contract that I wanted, and just happy to be back in the mix now.
Why don't you have a manager?
I don't know. I just didn't find the right person yet. I work hard, and every single time so far, people approaching me and have been asking me for certain things. They didn't really say what they're gonna, how we're gonna work. I don't really see why I need to give a certain percentage to someone who's just willing to negotiate for me. I can do it myself as well. I would love to have a manager or somebody, who can bring something to the table.
Have you ever had a manager in your career?
I did have a manager at one time, and I just didn't really have that good of experience. I didn't even know why I'm having him. I'm just, just talking to him on the phone for like 30 minutes, and not really getting anything out of it. If anything, I'm just kind of wasting my time. I'd rather be napping or just training or, just doing something more valuable, I guess.
Has this whole experience made you think, okay, at some point I need to get a man, just so that there's a buffer, someone there to help you, guide you, negotiate? Have you changed your stance, or has that not happened as a result of this experience?
As of right now, I don't really see why I should change anything, because, people say, oh, you got to go to training camp, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this. And I'm like, man, don't even train with me? You don't even know anything about me. Why are you telling me I need to do this and do that? So far, I mean, I take fights, and I win every fight, and so far so good, and I'm just trying to get better, and I'm just trying to surround myself with like positive-minded people instead of people, oh, you should be doing this and that. In my opinion, if it's not broken, don't try to fix it kind of thing. So I don't know. I just try to enjoy every day of my life and just try to get better and train, and I try to stay positive.
So Dana White did a few interviews about you, and at first we found out that they took you off the website, and that kind of raised a few red flags. And then he said that he met with you and your wife, and he offered you a deal. And then, as he put it, he said that you flaked on him, and that you wanted a new deal. And that's when he said, you know what, great guy, but we're gonna part ways. From your perspective, what happened?
Yeah, well, I honestly I don't really understand what like flake means, because I never really flake on anything. If I say I'm gonna show up, I always show up. If I say I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do something. It's just we're negotiating the contract, and I guess maybe I didn't get back as fast as I should have, or I don't know. I don't know exactly why I kind of pissed off Dana, but I obviously don't want to be on a bad side, because as we all know, things can turn kind of south or north, however you want to look at it, really quick. So I'm just happy that there's we had a really nice chat with Mick Maynard, and we chatted for like 15-20 minutes, and then we came to agreement. And I'm just happy that it was easy to talk to him, because with Dana, he's a little bit kind of like it's a little bit nerve-wracking talking with him, because he doesn't. For example, you say something he's not gonna like, and all of a sudden, I thought we were buddies, and next thing, maybe we're not buddies, and I don't know. I'm just happy that there's matchmaker, Mick Maynard. I can just deal with him, and Dana, I can just show him great fights.
So Mick was the one that kind of came in and got the deal done and saved the situation?
Yeah, I emailed Mick, and then he called me, and we had a nice chat, and because I always wanted to fight UFC. I just asked maybe a little bit more money, and I guess Dana got pissed off on that, and it's not a big deal. I'm just happy that everything kind of got smoothed out, and there's no kind of bad feelings, and I'm excited to put a great fight, and I'm training very hard, and I don't want to be really fighting anywhere else. Just like I said before, the USADA aspect, I really like how in UFC all the guys are, kind of doing all the drug tests and all that. So it was a little bit kind of nerve-wracking couple of weeks, because when Dana said I flaked out and everything, because I knew I didn't, and it was kind of for 2 weeks I didn't have a job, and everyone was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I just kind of wanted some time to myself and just kind of things to settle, and then just call Nick and chat with him, and because I want to fight, and there's a lot of great up-and-comer dual fivers in the division now, and I don't want to be wasting time. I just want to, I don't want to be taking a long breaks. I want to be always in action, because not fighting for a while, you can get rusty, so I don't want to get rusty. I want to be in the mix.
When you heard Dana, who's so powerful and the president of the organization, say that we're moving on, was that news to you? Had you not been told that? And if so, how did you react?
Yeah, I was a little bit like, oh shit, it's not a nice feeling. I mean, I've been fired before, and the thing is, I've always been doing a good job, since even, you look at my history, I've been always kind of, most valuable employee of the company.
Okay.
Whenever I work. And, being, the boss, the whole show saying, those kind of things. And I don't know, honestly, I didn't even know what to think. I just wanted to give it some time, let it kind of everything settle down, and then just talk to them once they kind of, off the fresh food kind of thing, following weeks.
Since you've been back, since you agreed to the new deal, have you talked to Dana? Have you cleared the air with him about the whole flaking thing?
No, I didn't talk to Dana, but I talked to Mick, and we had a really good conversation, and it's nothing personal with Dana. I know he's a great businessman and all that. It's just in my case, I think it's a little bit easier for me to deal with Mick Maynard because, like, with Dana, he's a little bit sometimes, he's a little bit harsh in a way, So I don't want to be kind of burning bridges with him, and especially because I'm negotiating for Misha Cirkunov as a manager kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of just a weird situation, and then I'm just happy all that has passed, and I'm just now it's kind of I have to concentrate on the fight itself. So that's kind of nice,
And here's the biggest question: are you happy with the deal that you signed?
Yeah, it's a nice deal. It's a 6-fight deal. There's a bunch of fights, and like I'm happy. I'm happy to be part of the show. I've been getting a couple other deals, but I was not even looking to join any other shows or anything. I was just like I said, I wanted some air to clear out, and then just talk with UFC, and because I think I already put in like 4 good performances, and I just want to keep that going and just be part of the kind of like the most respected show.
And just out of curiosity, is this the deal that you agreed to? Was it the original deal that they offered, or were you able to get what you wanted?
I got a little bit more.
Okay.
Also to kind of what I wanted. So I think things worked out, for me. There's always, of course, you can always get something better and better and better.
Yeah.
But given the position that I've been and things what I've done, I think it's a fair deal, and I'm happy with it. And now I can leave all that behind and just kind of concentrate on just fights,
So this morning they announced that you're fighting Volkan Ozdemir in Stockholm, May 28th. How do you feel about this matchup?
It's a tough fight, Volkan, he's a great fighter. He's a young guy, he's a good frame, good athlete. He hits hard. He's a hard takedown. He's a good record. He's a tough guy. He's like a real specimen. I see how a bunch of kind of veterans that are sitting in the top brackets, how they would try to avoid him and stuff like that. He's a tough fight. It's one of those guys that, like, similar to Nikita Krylov, he can knock you out, and, he's tough on the ground, and he's a scrappy guy. So, tough fight.
Were you surprised when they offered you him? Because he's not, Krylov is a bigger name. It felt kind of like you were kind of moving up the ladder, and he's not the biggest name, only has one fight in the UFC. Was this one that you kind of felt was on your radar, or was it a bit surprising when they brought him to your attention?
I was a little bit surprised, considering like how all the rankings play out and all that. There's just like another criteria of its own. I just, obviously I've seen his great performance against OSP. OSP is a super tough challenger. He went to decision with John Jones. It just shows like the level where Volkan is at, and he's definitely a tough competitor. So I kind of know he'll be in the mix. He'll be in there, and maybe, I could say, maybe he doesn't deserve. I already have 4 fights in UFC and so on and so on. But he had, a great fight himself. He beat a ranked guy, and he's in the mix. And reality is, like, there's right now all the other guys are kind of booked. When I talked to Mick Maynard and he offered that fight, there was no kind of other guys. Everyone had something in the works. Shogun didn't fight yet, and et cetera. So he told me, like, that's a fight. There's a fight now, and so I didn't want to say, oh no, he doesn't deserve it. Kind of wait till something comes up, something that is like nice. I just, he's a tough guy, and he's a tough fight, and let's just make it happen. Put up great fights to all the fans. I think it's all about that. I'm not just looking forward to, like, oh, give me this guy, give me that guy. He's a tough guy, and it makes sense. And the winner of that, I guarantee you, he's a real deal. And in my opinion, could be top 5, no problem. So we'll see what happens.
In Toronto, you said you wanted to fight Shogun, which seemed like an idea a lot of people liked, but obviously you didn't get that fight. He just fought this past weekend. Do you think if you would have gotten the deal done sooner, you would have gotten that fight?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
Because when I asked him to fight, we still had a bunch of time, and I'm pretty sure he was asked if he wants to fight me, and the other fight happened. So I don't know if he wanted to fight me. I'm sure in the future we can work something out, and I hope we'll work something out in the future. Because for me personally, I would love to fight somebody like that, just so that I can kind of rub my name against like a legend, a true pioneer, a true Hall of Famer, Pride champion, and UFC champion. And I don't know. I would love to fight him, and because a lot of people know who he is, and a lot of people would tune in to see him fight. So I would love to fight him so that all those people would get to know who Misha Cirkunov is as well. And I think I earned it, and I've been fighting for a long time, and we'll see what happens.
I have to be honest, I knew you were popular in Toronto, but I was blown away by the reaction to your victory over Krylov in December. That place exploded. I mean, it was super loud in there, showing you so much love. Were you surprised by the reaction as well?
Yeah, I've never experienced anything like that. I mean, the crowd, like I fought before, I think the biggest crowd was like 6,000 or something, 7,000 or 8,000. I don't remember the exact number, but in Toronto, we had like almost 20,000 people, and everyone after the win, everyone kind of was so generally happy, and the energy, electricity in the air was just, it was crazy. I didn't even know how to react to it. I just got on top of the cage. I was like, man, I love this thing. I just yelled, and it was really, really cool. It was priceless experience. It's something that I'll never forget till I die.
Yeah, what a moment, and what a performance for you. As far as Canadian MMA is concerned, it obviously just got a boost with the return of GSP. When you heard about that, are you the kind of guy who thinks, okay, this is great for me because now the market will get more attention. Maybe we can fight on the same card because a lot of people, including myself, think that you're part of that new generation of Canadian MMA stars. You're that next step. Did you feel the same way? Did you think the same way when you found out that he was coming back?
For sure, because I really like GSP to begin with. He's one of my favorite fighters, and seeing him come back, it shows a lot. First of all, he doesn't need to be back, but it shows that he's always training. I've seen him; he's in a really, really good shape, and I'm really happy that he's back. Because again, if we fight on the same card, there's going to be, more people will tune in. All the old school, like previous fans, they used to watch GSP, they're going to watch and they'll see some new faces. So hopefully we can put them in the same card with GSP. That'll be nice. And,
yeah.
And just in general, it's good to see him back. I do think that this thing is a really tough fight from a long layoff, over 3 years. He's back, and he didn't compete in such a long time. And the first fight back, it's somebody like Michael Bisping, and Bisping is a very, very tough individual. So a very, very tough fight. I'm extremely excited to see it, and just a very tough fight for GSP.
A couple of months ago, we had Rumble Johnson on the show, and he specifically mentioned you as one of the up-and-comers. He said he was impressed with you, and he thought that you were very close. We were talking to him about the lack of contenders at 205. Did you hear or read his comments? And if so, what did you think of them?
Yeah, no, I of course I've seen it. Like a bunch of people tagged me into it, and I'm very, very thankful. It's amazing to get recognition from another he's like a really high level fighter. He's one of the most feared guys in the division in all MMA kind of period. He knocks people out, and he's just a really kind of very tough and scary fighter. And to get recognition from him is very, very. It means a lot to me, a lot.
Do you think he beats Cormier next month?
This fight, first fight, I picked Daniel Cormier to win, but in a rematch, it's going to be very, very interesting because we all know that we all see what happened in the first fight. So I feel like there's a lot of blueprint for Anthony Johnson to get better, and if he gets better, it's going to be a lot tougher for Daniel Cormier to win. Where I don't like Daniel Cormier. He's a beast himself. But I think that we're not going to see like a way more improved Daniel Cormier just based on, he's been injured and he didn't like compete and stuff like that. He's a champion. Anthony Johnson would have to beat the champion. But I think if anything, this is the best chance for Anthony Johnson to become a belt holder. I think because he already seen what he needs to do, and he sees the game plan, and hopefully if he can stick to the game plan, I think it could be a good night for Anthony Johnson. But again, Daniel Cormier showed us how it could be done, right? So it's going to be a very interesting fight.
You got to pick a winner. Don't sit on the fence. Pick a winner. Who do you got?
If I had to pick a winner,
yeah.
You know what? I'm going to go with probably still Daniel Cormier just based on wrestling.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a close fight this time.
Yeah, and how far away do you think you are from that conversation? Like, do you think you're one fight away? Do you think you're two fights? What do you think in your mind?
I don't know. I think that, right now I have one fight for sure.
Sure.
And then maybe get another fight after that with somebody like maybe Shogun, if he wants to. And if it's not Shogun, then I don't know. Like I'll be ready, and ideally maybe 1-2 more fights, and then somebody like that, I would give it a try myself.
All right. By the way, how do we get you and Kristaps Porzingis in the same room? I want that photo. I want the two Latvian superstars together. How do we make that happen? Do you have similar friends? Do you run in the same circles?
Not really. But I don't know. Like I heard he's in U.S. right now, right?
Yeah, he plays for the New York Knicks. He's unbelievable. You've heard of him, right?
Yeah, of course. So it's just a matter of time because he travels a lot too, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, I would love to be in one room and one day maybe 3 of us take a picture. That'd be great.
Oh wow! I don't know about me, but I just want to see both of you, the two Latvian stars, together. He's a big MMA fan. He's always tweeting about Conor and watching UFC, so I'm sure he knows who you are.
Yeah, well, it has to be 3 of us because you're the one that will kind of connect us together. He'll definitely hear you talk. So
that would be nice. All right, I'm going to work on it. All right, I don't know him personally. I'd love to know him personally, but I don't.
I would love to know him personally too. In Latvia, it's a really big deal.
He's a very big deal. How big of a deal? Are you getting more media attention over there?
A little bit more, yeah. Especially with like kind of younger MMA community, with the kind of the younger generation, or everyone's following UFC. Everybody kind of wants to know who is who, and lately I've been getting a lot of kind of guys adding me from Latvia as well.
Mm-hmm.
So my fan base is slowly growing. But again, rubbing off shoulders, somebody like one of the biggest kind of hockey guys in Latvia, that'll be great.
Yeah. All right. And by the way, it's basketball.
Sorry?
Kristaps is basketball.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you said hockey.
Oh, no, sorry. I'm just like, right now I'm really, really sick, actually. I'm just like, I don't know if I have a fever or not. I'm just not thinking straight, yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll let you go. Congratulations on the new deal. Congratulations on being back in the UFC. Congrats on getting the fight. I'm looking forward to it. May 28th, the return of one Misha Cirkunov. And it's good to have you on the show for the first time, Misha. I wish you all the best. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Yoel. Thanks for having me, and sorry I didn't get back to you earlier.
No problem at all. There he is, Misha Cirkunov, stopping by the Pride of Latvia. He's referring to the fact that when the whole thing happened with him and trying to get into, getting his deal with the UFC, trying to get re-signed, all that stuff, I, of course, hit him up quite a bit. And for a while, I didn't hear back from him, but now we're all good. He has signed a deal with the UFC. He is back, and he is fighting on May 28th. They just announced it this morning. Great timing there. All right, let's move along. One last guest today. Very excited to talk to Rashad Evans. We saw him in action at UFC 209, his middleweight debut. Wanted to talk to him about that, where he goes from here, what's next, all that good stuff and more. He joins us on the phone. Rashad, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, Ariel? How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for the time. I really appreciate you coming on. So here we are around 9 days removed from the fight against Daniel Kelly. How are you digesting it all? What are your thoughts 9 days removed?
I'm still disappointed, but at the same time, it is what it is. You just have to just accept it. And I feel like there's a lot of things I could have done better in that fight, but at the end of the day, I choose to take the positive away from it and just work on some of the areas where I feel like I need to get better.
How did you feel as a middleweight for the first time in there? I mean, strength-wise, your body, quickness, all that stuff.
Yeah.
How did you feel in there physically?
I felt pretty good in there physically. It just took me a while to get warmed up. I don't just not being in the cage enough. Not being knocked out enough. It definitely just has it's toll on you as a fighter, just because you're not used to being active and don't have the like the timing down, the competitive timing for just getting in the rhythm to go out there and be close to catching your second win, so that when you come out there and you fight, you're like super ready. I didn't really get feel like I was really warmed up to probably about midway through the second round.
Huh. Because of the weight cut, or because of the time off, or a mixture of both?
I don't know. I just it just took me a while to get. I wouldn't say it's because of the weight cut. The weight cut, I felt pretty good. I felt like I had spring in my legs, and I was worried about that more than anything. I was worried about cutting a lot of weight and then my legs feeling heavy the next day. But I felt like my legs, they felt pretty good. It's just that I don't feel like I had my timing right. So I went out there and didn't, feel like I was catching my second win. And, that's how I normally feel like when I get ready to fight. Normally, when I'm in a good competitive rhythm, I feel like I'm just about to catch my second win as I'm walking out to the fight. And then as the fight starts, then I'm, already pretty warmed up. But not until like maybe in the mid-second round, I started to really, feel like I was, getting warmed up.
Was Daniel Kelly tougher than you thought he would be?
Yeah, he was tougher because he was difficult. He's a difficult, not a typical southpaw. Typically speaking, with a southpaw, you'll circle to their right, my left. But with Daniel, he was kind of tricky, because if I just circled to the way he's supposed to circle, he had like this little tricky foot sweep that he'd do. So I would have to back out and then circle where he couldn't trip my foot. But then he was putting so much pressure on at the same time, it would have seemed like I was running. So I was like, I just gotta move to the right when I can, and then try to mix up the movement. But I just felt like I could catch him up the middle.
Okay. And then as far as like Thursday going into Friday, that first time getting down to 185, and I know you told me that you didn't have a nutritionist. How difficult was it?
It was a lot more difficult than I thought.
Huh.
It was just it was just a different feeling than I'm used to when I cut from 205. 205 I got a different kind of rhythm, but at 185 it was just different altogether. I felt like I felt the dips in the energy, and I was like, wow, this is the weight cut is definitely a lot more real than it is at 205. But I was surprised that I did feel as well as I did. I thought that I'd be completely drained on Thursday, but I still had a bit of energy, and it had its good moments and bad moments, as I.
Something about the hair. I think the hair was a little longer, and your lean body. You looked a lot younger.
Yeah, I had the hair long. This whole cat, man. I just just like and I ain't worried about my hair or nothing like that. So I was just letting it grow, and just, the more people told me I need to cut it, the more I was just like, what the hell, I'm going to keep it. And,
F those people.
And that's what happened. So I just, I went out there and I felt, I know that, I was kind of disappointed in my performance, just because I didn't perform the way that I feel like I really could have. I feel like, just getting in a good competitive rhythm, just being out there more than just one time a year.
Yeah.
My next performance would be 10 times better. It's really, really hard to compete with these guys who are competing every few months if you're not competing at all.
Mm-hmm.
No matter who you are, it's just a competitive rhythm, being out in the octagon, the feel of it, feeling comfortable in the cage, And when you feel comfortable in a cage, it allows you to just fight and just really, and not second guess or contemplate your next move. And you're just out there and you're in free mode. And that's what I need to do. I need to just go back out there and fight as soon as possible.
Are you going to stick around at 185 for your next fight?
Yeah, honestly, I felt like when I was out there, I felt like it's where I should have been for a long time. To be honest, I love 205, and I had some great fights at 205, but I think that 185 is definitely where I need to be. I feel like I can. I feel like once I get into my rhythm, I can do some things here. And it's really hard to say that after you coming off a loss, and but at the end of the day, I gotta keep perspective on things. I haven't been busy when it comes to competing and stuff like that, so that has a toll on the kind of the kind of results that I get. And I'm gonna definitely do my best, and stay as busy as I can, because I mean, at the end of the day, I do want to fight. And I do want to test myself and compete against the best. And the only way to really, give myself what I feel is my best chance is to just stay busy, compete.
Okay, so obviously you want to be busy. You've said that a few times. I know you talked to your manager, Lee Abdelaziz, about getting right back in there. As we sit here and talk today, do you have your next fight? And if you don't have your next fight yet, let's put it out there. What do you want?
I do not have my next fight yet.
Okay.
There were some talks before the Kelly fight about Anderson, and that fight is still out there. It's a fight that I want.
Oh, all right.
There's a lot of people. I mean, honestly speaking, to just be 100% honest,
please.
I just want to compete, man. And it sounds just like a boring, cliche statement, but I just really want to compete. And whether it's against, I guess Elias Theodora was talking, and he's talking a bit of trash and stuff like that, or he was saying he wanted a piece or whatever. I honestly, I don't care, man. I just want to fight, and I want to go, because the hardest thing in the world is to lose a fight and then have the world tell you how you need to fight.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's hard. It's hard to sit back because, I've been doing this for a long time, and I don't always go out there and compete, at my high, the highlight moments. You know what I'm saying? And but it's just what happens. It's just what it is. But when I do not fight the way that I could fight, then I gotta hear everyone, including my mom, talking about how I need to compete.
She called you after this one?
Yeah, my mom, man.
What'd she say?
Rashad, you gotta let it go, Rashad. You just gotta be. Remember when you used to go out there? And I'm just like, yeah. People want to tell me about my own highlights and my own great fights like I wasn't a part of it. You know what I'm saying? And I need to be reminded. But I get it. I get it. It just sucks being in the position that I am right now, and then having, to hear it. But I guess it's just the price of losing.
So you're essentially open to anyone.
I mean, I hear it. I don't put myself in the position where I'm, deeply listening to everyone, and I take, I know who to listen to. You know what I'm saying? I'm not lost to the point where I'm just listening to every single person who has something to say and chime in. But at the same time, I do understand why they may want to say what they want to say. You know what I'm saying? Some people just want to say something just to talk trash. Some people may say something because they may generally be concerned, But what's the funniest part to me is this right here. So people think like, if I lose a fight, then something must be terribly wrong in my life. You know what I'm saying? So then now it's not even just about fighting anymore. Now it's about life advice. You know what I'm saying? What I need to be doing in my life. And it's just like, it's crazy. It's crazy to me. I had so many people hit me up that are close to me and just like, what's going on in your life? And I'm like, I don't know what happened. Like, well, you lost. And I'm just like, yeah, I know. One of the judges didn't think I won. And that's just the bottom line, One of them, I just didn't get the nod from the judges. And, not to make light of the loss and say it is less real, but at the end of the day, it doesn't mean my life is off track because I lost. You know what I'm saying?
This is an interesting byproduct of a loss that we don't often think about. We watch a fight, someone loses, we talk about it for a couple of days. We don't think about like the texts and the obviously the tweets, but the personal ones, from family members or friends who are now trying to fix your situation when all you suffered was an athletic loss, nothing more, nothing less. And that must drive you nuts. I mean, and I'm not trying to harp on it here, but the last time you won was 3.5 years ago. Is that almost like a drug now that that feeling of getting your hand raised so that all of that can go away, so that you can make all this, this stuff, this talk around you just disappear? Because I would think one W kind of erases it all, right?
No, you're absolutely right. And that does become, the thing where you are looking to say, I got my life back on track. Look, see, I won. I mean, because for the longest time, I didn't lose. I didn't lose until I fought Machida, and I pretty much just spoiled my family and everybody who, that supported me or that was a fan of me because I never lost. So they never really had to deal with it, and never having to deal with it, it just becomes like, yeah, Rashad must be doing great in his life because look, he's winning these fights. And then when I lose, it's like, well, he's doing terrible in his life. Something's going wrong. We need to help him out because he shouldn't lose, and I mean, at the end of the day, you fight long enough, you will lose and you will have a setback. No matter what you do in life.
Yeah.
No matter what you do in life, you do it long enough, you're going to have a setback. You're going to have a bad day. And it's just the taxation of the process of life or anything that you put your time into. And I'm no exception to it. I would love to go out there and win the rest of my fights. But in reality, I don't know if that's even possible. But I would, I'm going to give my all to do so. But if I don't, that doesn't mean that my life is over and I'm not, who people think I am.
How much do you think about that feeling that you get when you win?
I think about it a lot. I really do. I think about it a lot just because, it's an amazing feeling and it means for me like everything has paid off. All the sacrifices paid off. And that's what it becomes about for me. Just whenever I go into camp and when I'm really doing everything I can to make sure I'm complete when I step into the octagon, I'm denying myself a lot of things. And then I say to myself to make it easier to be like, when I win this fight, then I can enjoy myself, and then when I don't win the fight, then it's like I can't forgive myself enough to enjoy myself. Then it's like I just wasted my time. And then I get, a little bit of, a depression. And then, you gotta pull yourself out of it. But it's hard, man. It really is hard. Now I've gotten better at losing because I haven't won in a while, but it's still a process. It's still a process. I give myself a couple of days to just kind of, to grieve over it, and then I just, get back to work.
Your name came up a lot this past weekend, and I know you said, you're open to fights. The Anderson fight, I know, is one that you wanted beforehand, and you're still open to it, obviously. Your name came up this weekend after Vitor Belfort said that he has one fight left. He wants to fight in Rio. And people said, this is a great idea. Rashad, Vitor, kind of at the same spot, 185, bit of history. Does that interest you at all?
No, it doesn't. I would never fight Vitor.
Okay.
Vitor is somebody I train with and a close personal friend. I know his family, and it's really hard to do that because fighting is unlike any other sport in a sense where it's a fight, and at some point I'm going to have to want to do harm to him, like serious harm, in order to have my hand raised. And I just find it really hard to do with somebody that I built a relationship or have a relationship with on a personal level. So that's a fight that I wouldn't want to have.
Okay. And by the way, I know Tyrone Spong is a friend still and was in your corner. He went with the Black Zillions still. You're not with them. How did that work out is this just a matter of you have that relationship and he's going to corner you and no problems there? Or was that a tricky thing to navigate?
That's a good question, Ariel. It was no thing because, Tyrone, me and Tyrone are close. We're like brothers, honestly speaking. And it's not a term that I throw around really loosely when I'm speaking about Tyrone. But, he made the choice to stick with the Black Zillions in the team. I feel it's not a problem for me, but at the same time, I can't, say that by all parties is feels the same way. You know what I'm saying? I feel like maybe, there's maybe some people that maybe feel like, he shouldn't be with the Black Zillions.
Uh-huh.
And, that's for them to discuss. But, for me, I don't have a problem with him being part of the Black Zillions. And no matter what team he's part of, I hope to always have him in my corner. I don't want. See, that's the thing about it. Like, I don't want to get caught in this whole this whole team.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, the reality of the situation is this right here. This is the reality.
Okay.
I came to South Florida to have training because I got tired of being around the team. And in effort to do that, I joined up with some other people who just left the team. Collectively together, with myself and them and other people who came down to train, we formed a team. We ended up making a team. But now the team is more of a name and controlled by, I guess, by people who I don't want. What I'm going to say. The name is Glenn's name. It's Glenn's name, it's Glenn's team, but it's not about the team. It's not about what the team was about in the beginning. The team was not about, going out there to make money, to do this, to do that. It wasn't about that. It wasn't about none of that. It was about just getting some good hard work and hard training in.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't about, franchising it out and all this other stuff and, making T-shirts and all that. It wasn't even about none of that. It was about just going out there and training. And I don't care to be a part of that. I don't care to be a part of any team that's about that. I just want to go in there, get some great training in, and in my career on a great note. Everything else, they can have that.
Does it still feel like a black cloud, or do you feel like you've moved on officially, or with Tyrone and all? Like, is it impossible because you were the guy, you were the captain of the team?
There's always going to be a piece of me that that wishes things ended differently with that whole situation. But, at the end of the day, I can't allow myself to be emotionally tied to it like that,
mm-hmm.
because it is a drain. It is a drain. And, I don't believe in, I don't share the same, I guess, belief in where the team is going. So, it's kind of, better the way it is right now, but I just can't put no more emotional energy into it anymore.
Do you ever dream about, as you approach that sort of last chapter of your career, do you ever dream about going back to Albuquerque one last time, or is that not a possibility?
Yeah, of course. I thought about that, but I don't know if I will go to Jackson, to be honest. I love Greg and those guys, and Mike Wingo-John. I had some great fights, and they've done amazing things for my career and stuff like that. But if I was to go back to Albuquerque, I would go back and train with one of the coaches who I used to train with when I was there a lot. His name was Chris Luttrell.
Mm-hmm.
I will go and train at his gym. Chris Luttrell is probably one of the best MMA coaches I ever worked with, and he's kind of always been under the radar. But, he was a big backbone back in the early days of Jackson that really helped evolve my game. And if I was to go back to Albuquerque, it'd be back to train with him.
Are you considering it at all?
Yeah, I'm considering going back. You know, the thing is, and when I was at my ultimate best, I was traveling around a lot more, but now it's like I've reached. I don't know if I got kind of old or stubborn in my ways or whatnot. I don't really like to travel too much anymore.
Yeah.
And maybe I just need to kind of break out of that. You know, I would rather much be at home or be somewhere, you know, where it feels like home.
Yeah.
And if I was to go somewhere, you know, I'm definitely thinking of, you know, going to go spend some time with Mark Henry in New Jersey, you know, those guys over there. And, you know, also, you know, maybe go out to Albuquerque, even in Denver, with Trevor Whitman and those guys. You know, even at, I don't know, I'll see what, you know, what GSP's got going on and stuff like that. But, you know, I believe I need to just make myself, you know, it's kind of like that nomadic training, fighting lifestyle for a little bit until I get a date. And then once I get a date, I'll know exactly where I want to do my camp at.
So it's fun. Go ahead. Sorry.
No.
It's funny you.
I'll finish.
It's funny you said GSP because I was just about to say I was kind of setting it up for, you know, the idea. To me, one of the greatest scenes ever in primetime history was when you were walking down that street going into the TriStar gym. You know that one? You were the champ with the sunglasses and everything with that music. I forget what the song was, but that's just an amazing setup for your arrival. And I think it was GSP BJ Penn, I think.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, it was just amazing. I mean, sometimes I go back and actually just watch it. I don't know about you, but I just the music is just great.
That was.
So now he's fighting Bisping. You fought Bisping, UFC 78. Your weight class now, 185. Have you thought about this? Have you talked to him about going back to TriStar to help him out, to work together?
No, I haven't. I haven't done so. And, you know, I really haven't really thought about it. But, you know, it'd kind of be, I don't know, an awkward situation, to be honest, because, you know, I'm cool with Bisping.
Okay.
You know, me and Bisping cool, but we never had that training relationship. But I don't want to. I guess I don't want to. You know, I honestly I don't really have any other experience with training with Bisping, just besides just when we fought.
Right.
But I wouldn't feel good inside if I was like, you know, I'm gonna help you train to beat Michael Bisping. You know what I'm saying?
Because you work together at Fox and things like that, right?
Yeah, we work together at Fox, and you know, I feel like we have a pretty good relationship. But you know, I don't want to. You know, I mean, I think honestly, you know, GSP is you know, he's very capable. You know, without me.
Okay.
And I'll help.
Fair enough.
But I mean, if he asks to get some work in, you know, I'll talk. Maybe I'll talk to Bisping about it, or whatever, if it's even a thing.
Okay. All right. Are you going to help Rumble for the Cormier fight? Will you be cornering him? Will you be out there? That is your neck of the woods, right? That's your town.
Yeah. I'll be out there. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely go out there and support Rumble. You know, it's a big fight. You know, and not often in life do we get a second chance to do.
Yeah.
You know, achieve a dream. So this is a big fight, and you know, I hear he's looking amazing. He was looking amazing before I left, and you know, he lost some of that weight. He was huge in training camp when I was finishing up. He was massive, absolutely massive. But I see him, and he's lost at least, you know, 15 to 20 pounds. So he slimmed down pretty nice. But
what's the prediction?
Yeah, I'm gonna be out there. You know, it's a hard one. It's a hard one because this fight, you know, it just pretty much breaks down to, you know, Rumble just being patient enough to find the shot, you know, and by shot I mean punch.
Yeah.
And just being able to, you know, sustain himself against DC's ability to go from punching to wrestling, you know, and I think that's one thing that DC is actually perfected in his last few fights since the John Jones. Is just that punching takedown sequence that he does where he's able to just wear guys out. And I think, you know, for AJ, it just comes down to being able to sustain himself enough where he's not, you know, carrying a lot of and losing a lot of energy defending himself or wrestling around with DC.
All right. But you are picking. I mean, you got to pick your boy, right? But Corbin's your boy too, to a degree. But you're.
Yeah,
I mean,
but I got to go with AJ. Though,
all right.
You know, I mean, yeah, DC's my boy, but I'm sticking with the home team on this.
All right, fair enough. It would be weird if you didn't.
Terrible.
Could you imagine? Holy smokes, the internet would love that. Okay, so if they say to you, "We want you to fight Anderson June 3rd in Rio," would you do it? Would you go to Rio to fight him?
Yeah, I'll go to Rio.
All right,
I'll go to Rio. No, I'll definitely go to Rio.
That's the perfect fight. That's the one you want, right?
Yeah. Listen, I'm at a point in my life and just mindset where I'm super hungry, and I don't know if I'm upset, very upset that I lost, but at the same time I'm thankful for it in the respects that I don't know if I would be as hungry as I am right now if I had it.
Okay.
And for that reason, I'm thankful for it just because this is something that I really want, and now that I've had the setback and I put so much time and I put so much work and I still want it, that really means a lot to me.
Is this the most? I mean, they're always the most important one, the next one, but is this must win?
No, it's definitely must win. It's been must win. It's been must win for a while, but this is really must win for me. I really need to go out there and win, and just for myself more than anything. It's one thing to want to go out there because you're afraid of what people are going to say, but I think I'm beyond that point.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning the fact that people, they say some crazy things to me, what I'm saying? You can look online, look on my Instagram or whatever, and you can just see some of the things that the people say. And it's okay. It's okay. I don't get too mad or offended by it. It's just, it is what it is. Because I know at the end of the day, it's not real. It's not real. It's none of it is real. These people, they're like the wind blowing. I can't be mad if the wind blows left or right or which way it blows. Whatever way it blows, and I just got to be ready to deal with it.
And just to be crystal clear, I mean, when you're saying it is must win, if it doesn't go your way the next fight, are you going to consider retiring?
No, I'm not going to consider retiring. I'm not going to consider retiring, but I just need this win.
Yeah.
I just really need this one.
Consistently one of the best interviews in the game. Always great to talk to you, Rashad, and I appreciate your candor after, I know, a very disappointing night for you. But I look forward to seeing you back, and it's great to see that you want to get back soon rather than later and kind of erase this loss and the previous ones and kind of get that one to get you back on track. You look great. I really was blown away by how you looked, and I loved the hair, by the way. There was something about it. That hair, it was just, I was feeling it. I really was.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. You know what? I'll grow it back. I'll grow it back for you, man. I'll make it.
And maybe you rock that mustache like you did. I don't know where I saw you with a mustache one time. Didn't I see you with a mustache?
Yeah,
a movie?
Yeah, I did a movie.
Yeah.
I did a movie and I had a mustache like that. Yeah.
Oh, that was good. That was good stuff. Rashad, always a pleasure. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for talking about the fight, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, there he is, Rashad Evans. Man, I feel like he gets better and better as far as his interviews are concerned. Like some guys, as they get older, GSP the same way, just more and more honest and just more willing to open up and just talk about things. That's why I always feel like I mean, you saw even with Kobe Bryant, like when athletes get a little older and a little more reflective and self-aware, they become increasingly interesting as far as I'm concerned. All right, so that does it for our interviews. Just a couple of minutes left, and then we'll wrap up. Let me go over a few things. So we pretty much put Saturday night to bed. That's the Fortaleza card. One thing I didn't touch on was the Vitor Belfort Legends division idea. I'm not in favor of it. I think it makes no sense. I don't think that there are enough legends. I don't think there's a demand for this sort of thing. Quite frankly, I think it's unhealthy if you reach a certain point where you're old enough, like where you're too old, I should say. I don't think you should be fighting. And to be honest, I don't have any interest in seeing Vitor fight anymore. He's got that one fight. He wants to do it in Brazil. All power to him. Let him have his fight. Hopefully he's healthy enough to fight in 3 months. But if I'm being honest, like he's had such a great career. It's legendary. I mean, that one run where he knocked out Bisping and Rockhold and Dan Henderson. I mean, you can argue that's one of the best runs, the best years in recent MMA history. but there is a black cloud hanging over his career. He is somewhat of a controversial figure. That incident, with the UFC 152 fight against John Jones and the email, and did they know he was on TRT? And I mean, there's a lot of baggage that comes along with his career, and I feel like we've kind of reached the end. After that performance, I mean, you see the pictures, the change of body, that stuff, you can't always go by it. People get older, they change. But I just feel like his performances have declined, and I don't have much of an interest. Like, ever since the Weidman fight, I don't have much of an interest in seeing him fight anymore at this stage, getting beat up like that. But if he wants that last fight, let's make it against someone who's at his level, not a top contender, and see if he can go out on top and then essentially call it a day. But I do not want to see any kind of Legends division. I just don't think that makes any sense. And quite frankly, I don't think that the UFC is interested in it. That's why we have Bellator. Let's be honest, right? And I know my friends at Bellator will love that comment. Angela Lee, how about that victory? Continues to get better. She won. She defended her atomweight title. And by the way, in one, atomweight, which here in the United States is 105, in one, it's essentially 115. It's like 114 point something. So she's essentially a strawweight. And yes, she's young, but one has something. I mean, I would argue that that's their biggest chip right now. She remains undefeated, beat Jenny Huang, and looked very good. I thought very aggressive and dominant, and put together some really nice combinations on her feet. So that's a name to remember, and it's good to have her back. And by the way, people ask me, I've tried to get her on the show. For some reason, I don't feel the love from one. I try to reach out to their people. They don't really reciprocate. It's a very bizarre thing. Who I do feel the love from, by the way, is ACB. They had another great card, and I really feel like they're making a lot of noise. And they're very smart. You look at their Twitter. They put out all like the finishes on fight night. And there were some great ones. Like I mentioned, Robert Whiteford with his win over Nam Phan. In the main event, we had Mamed Khalidov, who defeated Luke Barnett and just completely overwhelmed him. I mean, it was just, I think it was, a 21-second finish. And I spoke a little bit to Luke Barnett after the fight. Obviously, he was devastated. That's not what he was preparing for. This was a very big opportunity for him. Khalidov is the real deal. I mean, he's just a great fighter. And it's unfortunate that we've never seen him fight in the UFC, but he's doing very well. It's the same thing with Angela Lee. People say like, oh, the UFC should sign her. Do you think one is just going to give her up like that? They're not going to just give her up. I mean, she's a very big part of their plans. Khalidov has made a living fighting for KSW, fighting in Europe. If he can make more money, he's not just going to run to the UFC. 33 wins, just 4 losses. That's a really impressive performance by Mamed Khalidov. So we'll see what happens to Luke Barnett. Other notable victories, Bubba Jenkins lost to Ali Bagov, and that was a phenomenal finish. When you hear Frank Mir go, wow, like that, or whatever, oh my, he said something, but with genuine surprise and just fascination, you did something special. He won via reverse triangle choke. I mean, one of the more unique submissions that I've ever seen. Tough loss for Bubba Jenkins. And there was another performance on that card that I wanted to highlight. Youssef with the win. He continues to do some nice things. Maybe I spoke about them all. The Robert Whiteford win. Anyhow, ACB, 24 fights on their card in Manchester. They are, I think, doing some nice things. Also on Friday, Mackenzie Dern won, so she improves. This time she wins via decision. It appears as though her striking is getting better. And let me just clear up this thing, because I was talking about it with Michael Chiesa. So this fight was always being promoted as a 115-pound fight. And on Friday morning, she never weighed in. No, Thursday morning, excuse me. The fight was on Friday. She never weighed in, but her team did reach out to her opponent's team, Catherine Roy, to say, okay, we're not going to make 115. Let's do a 120-pound catch weight. Catherine agreed, and they also agreed that Mackenzie Dern would give her 20% of her purse, Mackenzie's purse. So then Roy weighs in, Dern weighs in, and weighs in above 120. Like, I think it was 121.8. Pete Spratt, her coach and manager of Catherine Roy, mentioned this to me. I think it was 121.8. And then she needed an extra hour to weigh in, but the fight was always at 115. Now, I reached out to her management team, Danny Rubenstein, and they were like, oh, no, she never missed weight. Okay, well, technically, she didn't miss weight because she never stepped on the scale and when it was just 115, missed that weight. but she was not going to make 115, which was the agreed upon weight up until Thursday morning. And so if you're going to change it and then go in and weigh in, yes, okay, you didn't actually go on the scale for a 115-pound fight and not make the weight. But as of Thursday morning, it was a 115-pound fight. That's what the contract says. I saw it. That's what the bout agreement says. I saw it. And then you changed it. Great. And you even needed that extra hour. Why is this such a big deal? Well, it's a big deal for two reasons. Number one, she had trouble making weight the last time she fought. And number two, she's a very big prospect. She's a very big name. And she's someone who's dabbled in MMA, obviously, who's also a very big name in the jiu-jitsu world, who's someone that the UFC is very interested in. How interested? Well, if you know the deal that the UFC had with Chris Cyborg, where they, compensate her while she's fighting for other organizations, Invicta, it's a similar deal, if you get what I'm saying. She's essentially in their farm system. And I think that this is a fascinating and very, very, very smart deal by the UFC. They should be doing this with more fighters, in my opinion. They need to grab fighters who are early in their careers, not quite yet ready for the UFC, but get them under their umbrella. Because what Bellator is doing is they're just signing the Aaron Picos of the world and, the Ed Ruths of the world and the Tyrell Fortunes of the world and the AJ McKees of the world, those guys, and just putting them because they can. They could put them on an undercard. Well, a Bellator undercard is different than a UFC undercard. So what the UFC is doing is they'll have a few of these fighters and they'll let them fight for other organizations. Part of that is getting ready, but part of that is also like making weight and telling the UFC that you're ready to fight. So if you're going to change things at the last minute and then let's be quite honest, a little disingenuous about it, that to me is a story. That's newsworthy. That's somewhat alarming. So she is someone on their radar. She's a prime, blue chip prospect. She's a big time name in the world of jiu-jitsu. People are interested in her story. We report on her, things like that. It's not because we're trying to expose her or make her look bad, but she's someone who is very close to moving on to the UFC, even though she's only fought 3 times now. So, changing the weight, weighing in, needing some extra time to make that catch weight, it's all very notable in my opinion. And I think based on conversations with other people, she needs to focus on MMA full time in order to really get down. And maybe this is another example for 125. And maybe she's the reason why they start the 125 division. Joanna Jędrzeczyk seems very convinced that they're going to start it sometime soon. But let's be very clear. It was a 115-pound fight. The call was made to avoid making it into a story, but it became a story anyway because Catherine's team spoke up. And maybe they should have just let her weigh in at 115 and then try to come to a deal. Or maybe they should have just taken the deal and not said anything. And it would have probably flown under the radar. But that's not what happened. And it became somewhat of a thing. In the end, she wins. I don't think it's the end of her career. I don't think it's that big of a deal. As I said to Danny, who I consider somewhat of a friend, I think he made it into a bigger deal than it really was. But, them's the facts. It was a 115-pound fight that they changed to a 120-pound fight because they wanted to avoid the drama of her missing weight, but it ended up kind of biting them in the butt. Them's the facts. And then the other big story this past weekend was Floyd Mayweather on Friday coming out and saying, I'm out of retirement for Conor McGregor only. I'm going to fight this guy, sign the contract, this and that. And he's on this tour. It feels like every Friday night, Floyd Mayweather just kind of appears and says something about Conor. He's on the offensive. He said, let's do it in June. And that's an interesting time frame because historically he fights in either May or September. May is obviously too soon. That's 2 months away. June doesn't really vibe with Conor's timeline because his wife is going to give birth in May, and he said he wanted a bit of time off. My pal Front Row Brian on Twitter said that T-Mobile is on hold for June 10th. I have not heard that. I have not can't confirm that. I haven't confirmed it, but that's what he's reporting, and that's what Flo, I think, is reporting as well. I feel like the September timeframe makes a lot more sense for Conor as well. And historically, Floyd likes to fight around Mexican Independence Day, and that falls on a Saturday, September 16th. Could that be the day? I don't know. But again, another example as to this thing kind of moving along and this thing being a thing and them trying to figure it out. Now, will it happen? Who knows? There's still a lot of hurdles. There's still a lot of cooks in this kitchen. I know that every time any kind of piece of information comes out about this fight, people like to go back to my old tweets about this fight and be like, oh, you're wrong. And I know that people love the idea of me being wrong, still batting 1,000, hope to bat 1,000 until I die. It could happen one day, but I'm not wrong about this one because the tweets that you are bringing up back in May of 2016 are referring to the stories that came out after Conor McGregor was pulled from UFC 200 because he didn't show up to the press conference, and then he retired, and then people said, oh, he's going to go fight Floyd Mayweather, and I tweeted that there was no truth to those stories, and that was a fact back then, and it has proven to be true because he did not fight Floyd Mayweather in 2016. The only talks that were going on were for him to fight Nate Diaz again, and that's what happened. So you can keep bringing up these old tweets and saying that I got it wrong when A, the Floyd fight isn't even done yet, and B, those tweets were referring to a time frame in which Conor was only in discussions to fight Nate Diaz. There were reports going out there that he was going to go fight boxing and try to fight Floyd Mayweather. Well, that didn't come to fruition. We know that by now, and that wasn't really a thing. It only really became a thing between him and Floyd after MSG. And then people want to talk about my tweets after UFC 205 and my interview on the Dan Patrick Show. And again, I will go back to what I said. If you listen to me carefully, and if you go back to the tweets, I said people who are talking about this fight on the Monday after 205, after history has been made, those are I said that that's the true crime here. Because can we not appreciate that history was made? Can we not appreciate the performance against Alvarez, that he's now a 2-weight world champion, that he's taken the sport by storm, $17 million gate? Why do we have to move on to, at the time, what was a fictitious fight? And I do believe that some of the talk on these television shows, on these sports talk radio shows, whatever, did fuel the fire for this fight. And that's when it got kicked into high gear. So at the time that I said that stuff, at the time that I wrote those tweets, there was nothing to it. There wasn't. Someone proved me otherwise. Now it's a thing, and I've reported it 1,000 times since. Now it is a thing. And I even said back then, there will come a time in a month or so where this will be discussed, where we can talk about this. And that's what happened around December when he got stripped of the featherweight title. Remember? So you can keep coming back to these old tweets. You can keep trying to get it, oh, gotcha, we got you wrong. Celebrate, pat yourself on the back, whatever you want to do. I know you're watching. I know you're following. I know you love me. I know you want to see that day, and that day may come, but it's not now. It's not now, my friends. You're wrong on this one. In May, I was right. It didn't happen. There were no talks. In November, November 14th, because that fight was 12th, November 14th, there wasn't anything going on. It may have been a pie-in-the-sky idea, which is what I referred it to, but what I was saying, again, go back and listen to what I said. I can't make excuses for the headlines that come out of it. I can't make excuses for what they choose to put as their title on the video. What I said was, after the Golden State Warriors lost or beat the Cavaliers, or the Cavaliers beat the Warriors last year, they weren't talking about them playing the Broncos. You get what I'm saying? On the Monday after. And that's what this is. This is baseball versus softball. This is football versus basketball. Yes, there are elements of the two sports, and there's no real cut and dry apples to apples example, but it is, this is, for all intents and purposes, a money grab. Make no mistake about it. The reason why this is happening is because everyone who is involved in it stands to make a lot of money. If they weren't making a lot of money, they wouldn't be exploring it. Conor's going to make a lot of money. It's a no-brainer. When there's a lot of money, people are going to try to make that money. When there is a pot at the end of the rainbow, they're going to try to get it. And that's why it is being discussed. That's why they are exploring it. They can make more money on this pay-per-view, even as being a piece of the pie and not the whole owner of the pie, UFC that is, than they can on probably 3-4 pay-per-views, maybe even more this year. Who knows? There's a lot of money to be made here. And I'm not convinced, by the way, that Conor's getting smoked. I don't know what's going to happen. I have to think about it more. I have to talk to more people. I don't think it's as... I think that Floyd is the best defensive boxer of all time and arguably the best boxer of all time. There's no doubt about it. And on paper, you got to talk to... I want to talk to the Nevada Athletic Commission, if this fight happens, about why you are sanctioning it. It's 49-0 against 0-0. Those are the numbers. And all of you, and I know it's going to keep happening until the fight happens and then some, you want to go back to the tweets, the interviews, things like that. Everything I said along the way about this fight has been accurate. And I urge anyone involved to prove me otherwise. Prove me otherwise. That's all I'll say about that. And then last thing, the UFC is back in London this weekend. Like I said, great card. I think our own New York Rick is going to be there, so we'll get his take on it all. It's Corey Anderson against Jimmy Manuwa and it's the Arnold Allen versus Makwan Amirkhani fight, and it's Brad Pickett against Marlon Vera, Alan Jouban against Gunnar Nelson, Joseph Duffy's last fight on his current UFC contract. How interesting is that? Against Reza Madadi, Francimar Barroso against Darren Stewart, Timothy Johnson versus Daniel Omelianchuk, Mark Diakise's on the card, Tom Breeze is on the card, Brett Johns is on the card, Lena Landsberg is on the card. This is a fun card, and it takes place at 5 p.m. Eastern, main card on Fight Pass, preliminary card 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, also on Fight Pass. All right, I am done. WSOF also back this week, Turning Stone Casino, close to Syracuse, New York. All right, you can hit my music. I have gone too long. Wow, that music came in quick. They are ready to go back there. Woo-wee! I'm schwitzing here. It is hot in here, but I like it hot. Hot and heavy. So I hope if you live in the Northeast, you are not going to get hit by this storm. I think they're calling it Stella, right? Tomorrow, Tuesday. But maybe you're saving the podcast to listen to the whole thing, all 4+ hours tomorrow as you're hunkering down with a cup of cocoa, Joe, whatever you drink when it snows, and just enjoying, hopefully, the last snowfall of 2017. Hopefully. This is all day long. I've been getting emails from different, my kids' school, basketball league, everything's closed. It's Armageddon here. Thankfully, it didn't affect the show this week. And what a show it was. So happy to be here. What a great show. What a great lineup. Such interesting guests. Want to thank Demetrious Johnson for stopping by. Great stuff from him. Good luck on April 15th. Thank you very much to Yoel Romero and Ray. I need to get Ray's last name. What a duo they are. Tell me Yoel Romero's not marketable. That guy's great. Thank you very much to Joanna on Jędrzeczyk. Great stuff. I love the heat from her. Thank you very much to Brad Pickett. Good luck to him in his final fight. Thank you very much to Makwan Amirkhani. Good luck to him against Arnold Allen. Love that fight. Great job stopping the robber. Thank you very much to Tony Ferguson, Michael Chiesa, Misha Cirkunov, and the one and only Sugar Rashad Evans. Thank you to all of you as well. Back next week, same time and place. Until then, I say peace. Samaria.